ay nakakalimot po sa inyo sa aming mga pagkukulang, pagkakamali at pagkakasala. Diyos Ama, gabayan niyo po ang bawat isa sa amin na makagawa ng naayon sa inyong kagustuhan. Naway maging instrumento mo po kami sa paggawa ng higit na makakabuti sa aming kapwa. Patnubayan po ninyo kami hindi lang sa araw na ito, kundi sa mga darating pang panahon at patuloy niyo po kaming gabayan sa aming tungkulin, sa aming mga pamilya, sa Senado at sa ating bayan. Lord, please increase our faith and love for you and help us to be good and effective leaders to serve our fellow Filipinos and especially our country. Grant us the clarity to make decisions that promote justice, peace, and the common good. Help us to set aside personal interests, personal gains, and partisan divides, focusing instead on the well-being of our kababayans. We ask for your protection and blessing upon our nation, our leaders, especially President Marcos, Vice President Duterte, and of course our very own Senate President Zubiri, and all public servants to have the compassion to consider the needs of the most vulnerable sectors. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Before we call the roll, for the record, the people might be wondering why we are wearing long sleeves today. Short sleeve shirts. Is because sira po yung air conditioning natin. I think dalawang cooling units ng building ay sira. So we have loosened up our rules when it comes to the wearing of barongs and suits to short sleeve shirt jacks. For the record. Maybe just call the roll, Senator Escudero. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Okay, Senator Revilla. With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. I believe there's a request by our dear colleague, Senator Revilla, and maybe we can discuss it today. He's back, he's bedridden. He showed us a picture of his operation, and apparently bumuka po yung kanyang sugat, and now he cannot stand. So, again, maybe we can do what we did the last time for humanitarian reasons, and allow him to go online until he can heal, his wounds can heal, and he can finally stand up. Senator Escudero, is that one of the reasons why you're...
Yes, Mr. President. But prior to making that motion as manifested by the distinguished presiding officer, the Senate President, Mr. President, may I ask that we consider the motion of Senator Marcos, which was referred yesterday, which was referred to the Committee on Rules on the same subject matter, be the reason and basis for the Committee on Rules to review the provision in our rules in respect to this, for several reasons, Mr. President. Before touching on the case of Senator Revilla, number one, why not take advantage of present technology? Bago ng COVID, wala naman nangangarap mag-virtual eh. Nung COVID, nag-virtual tayo, which actually enabled us to do our job more easily, more with facility compared to previous years. Ang DepEd mismo nakinabang sa virtual classes. Nung nawala yung COVID, bumalik na naman sa maraming gulang ng classroom without taking advantage, for example, of technology. Number two, Mr. President, Your Honor, we are not high school students here anymore. Hindi naman tayo gumagawa ng dahilan para mag-cutting classes. I think every senator is responsible enough and is accountable to the people to say truthfully, his or her current state with respect to his or her ability to physically attend the sessions or not. In the case, for example, of Senator Revilla, there will be good days, I assume, and there will be bad days. Now, on good days, ayokong permanente na porkit yung sakit niya ngayon, hindi na siya makaka-attend. On good days, I'm sure he will attend. On bad days that he really cannot, all he has to do is so inform us without need of questioning his or any one of our members' motive or intent in not being able to attend. At a later time, in the Committee on Rules, perhaps we can also look at the possibility, Senator Joel, of kung papayagan natin yung virtual, pati yung nasa abroad ka at kulang tayo ng quorum, kulang ka ng boto sa treaty, on exceptional circumstances. I'm not saying that's what we should do, Mr. President. All I'm saying is for us to look into it, to study it, draft the limitations, the extent to which this can be allowed, for future reference. As an example, Mr. President, the Supreme Court decided that anyone who is abroad is not part of the computation of a quorum. Why? Because that senator or member of Congress is outside the jurisdiction of the Sergeant at Arms to compel him or her to attend sessions here in plenary. But if we're talking of virtual attendance, that presence can be counted. Although not as part of the quorum, because the Supreme Court decided it that way, can be made part of computing the quorum, not the base figure of the quorum. Again, so many changes can be looked at and changed in our rules given present technology, and I hope we will just be open-minded about it upon thorough study and upon thorough discussion, of course, and upon sufficient vote by the majority of our colleagues. In the meantime, Mr. President, as enunciated by the distinguished Senate President, given the condition of Senator Revilla, I saw the picture as well, and it is it does not only look really bad, it is disturbing. In fact, the picture will disturb me until tonight, I think. But may I move, with the permission of the body, that we allow Senator Revilla to be recorded present as long as he is so present virtually, similar to what we have done in the past, while his condition does not permit him to be present. But if tomorrow is a good day for him, if next week is a good day for him, then nothing prevents him to, Mr. President, from being physically present and attending the session. I'd like to clarify, Mr. President, this does not seek to amend the rules. This is a simple motion to allow him, which does not need unanimous consent of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, the unanimous consent that you're searching is a suspension of the rules for this particular instance on Senator Bong Revilla.
Yes, Mr. President.
yes.
Mr. President, I join the sentiments of our dear colleague, the gentleman from Sorsogon. And if you recall, Mr. President, during the previous weeks, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks ago, in the opening of our session, Mr. President, this representation made that motion, Mr. President, that while our good colleague, the gentleman from Cavite, underwent surgery, and it's not a simple surgery, Achilles heel is a major injury, even for NBA players, Mr. President. And we made mention that Senator Revilla can participate online while he regains his mobility, which he would actually take probably a few weeks from now, Mr. President. Anyway, we will be on break, so I will not object to the motion by the gentleman from Sorsogon, Mr. President.
Yes, we just, although his suggestions for the amendment of our rules, that's subject to debate.
Yes.
And I think I'd like to be part of that debate when you discuss that in the Committee on Rules. Because I don't want to break tradition.
Yes.
I recall when Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago was sick with cancer, she was marked absent, even if she was on medical leave. So I just don't want us to break tradition. That's something of debate. But anyway, we can suspend the rules on this particular issue for Senator Revilla on a case-to-case basis. Yes, we have Senator Tolentino raising his hand.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I recall, records will show I was the one who initially inquired as to the status in terms of the parliamentary attendance of Senator Revilla. There was a motion yesterday withdrawn by Senator Marcos. And I recall during the 18th Congress, Mr. President, I was the one who sponsored the amendment of the rules that would allow virtual presence, Mr. President. So we amended the rules because of the prevailing pandemic, and that rules still is unamended. So, Mr. President, is the allowance of attendance of Senator Revilla, which I support, a standalone stare solum rule, or would it apply to future incidents involving other members of this chamber, Mr. President?
No, if it will be involving other members of the chamber, we can discuss as a body on the floor for that particular member. So if the particular member gets into an accident, sana wag po mangyari, knock on wood, or they're unable to attend due to sickness, etc., then we may again seek the permission of the body for the amendment of the rules for that particular case. It's not an allowed rule in our rules now. It's not allowed, Your Honor. So again, in this particular case, we're seeking the unanimous consent of the body on this particular case, because that is a suspension of our rules, but
Thank you,
only
Mr.
for this
President.
particular case.
Thank you, Mr. President. I submit.
Mr. President, I move for the previous motion, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion of Senator Marcos and Senator, seconded by Senator Escudero, the request of Senator Revilla is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.
He
President,
can actually go online now.
Yeah, Mr. President,
You can
before we
actually go on.
continue, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery? Guests of the Senate, officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs, led by ASEC Maria Elena Algabre, ASEC Arvin De Leon, ASEC Patrick John Hilado, DG Francisco Fernandez, Deputy ASEC Rafael Hermoso, Director Renato Dueñas, Executive Director Gunter Sales. Also guests of Senators Ejercito and Ligarda, LGU officials of Bongabong Oriental Mindoro, led by Mayor Elegio Malaluan, Mayor Ernilo Villas of Bulalakaw Oriental Mindoro, coalition of NCR youth leaders. We welcome all of them in this August chamber. We also would like to acknowledge guests of Senator Gatchalian, political science students from University of St. Louis, Tuguegarao City, Cagayan. Guests of Senator Go, international studies students from the University of the East. And guest of Senator Angara, Sultan Kudarat Governor, Datu Pax Mangudadatu, and Sultan Kudarat Congressman Princess Sakaluran. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay po kayo, lalo ng mga taga-DFA na nandito po ngayon. And of course, to Governor Datu Pax Ali Mangudadatu, welcome to the Senate together with Congresswoman Princess Sakaluran.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 70th Session, Tuesday, May 7, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 72nd Session, Monday, May 13, 2024, at a later hour.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Calino Coco Pimentel III.
A point of inquiry, Mr. President, kasi yesterday, when I was asking about the number of votes necessary for a suspension of the rules, I got the answer, it must be unanimous. Now, the Senate President also mentioned unanimous. May I know what is the correct answer? Because I look at section 121 on the suspension of the rules, and I get the impression that the motion is to be approved by a majority of the senators present, there being a quorum. So it's not unanimous consent, Mr. President. So can we state it clearly, Mr. President, para at least we will be guided
Session
there?
suspended for a minute. Yeah, I can recall Minority Leader, in the first instance that I was a Majority Leader together with Senator Jinggoy when he was Senate President pro tempore, it used to be unanimous consent. Apparently, the rules were amended that it's a majority of the senators present there being a quorum. Yes, but it used to be unanimous. Yeah, I know, it used to be unanimous. I must have been mistaken. It used to be unanimous.
Yes, Mr. President, and the gentleman is correct that when it comes to suspension of the rules, our section 121 states that it is approved by majority of the senators. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move that we proceed with the reference of business?
Yes, there being no objection. Secretary, please proceed the reference of business.
Message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House informing the Senate that on 8 May 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 10048, granting Philippine citizenship to Alexander Sergeyevich Korovin.
To the Committee on Justice.
10214, granting Philippine citizenship to Wang Gu-hu.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
10146, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Laguna Provincial Hospital, San Pedro District Hospital, in the city of San Pedro, Laguna, from 35 to 50 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Health and Finance.
10147, increasing the bed capacity of the Philippine General Hospital in the city of Manila from 1,334 to 2,200 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committee on Health and Finance.
10181, establishing a College of Medicine in Sultan Kudarat State University in the city of Tacurong, province of Sultan Kudarat, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
10185, renaming the Tawi-Tawi Regional Agricultural College as the Tawi-Tawi State College, strengthening its governing board and appropriating funds therefore.
Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
10192, establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training Assessment Center in Isulan, Sultan Kudarat, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2670, granting Philippine citizenship to Favor Ogekuru Ono by Senator Angara.
Committee on Rules.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution 1023, calling for the Senate Committee on National Defense to conduct an investigation on the alleged wiretapping of the Chinese Embassy in Manila against the Armed Forces of the Philippines Western Command. Senator Tolentino.
To Committees on National Defense and Foreign Relations.
Committee reports, Committee Report 252 by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate number 2669 with Senators Zubiri, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, and Angara as authors. An act strengthening the Polytechnic University of the Philippines as a National Polytechnic University, repealing for the purpose PD 1341 and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2448 and 2495, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 253 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 9128, an act separating the Paulino Dari National High School, Balong-Balong Extension in Barangay Balong-Balong, Pitogo, Zamboanga del Sur, from the Paulino Dari National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Balong-Balong National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
Calendar for ordinary business.
254, submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 9295, an act separating the Binagabasbasan National High School, Denrica High School Annex in Barangay Denrica, Municipality of Garchitorena, Province of Camarines Sur, from the Binagasbasan National High School, converting it into independent national high school to be known as the Denrica National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 255 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 9296, separating the Bacungan National High School, Sipacong Extension in Barangay Sipacong, Municipality of Leon B. Postigo, Zamboanga del Norte, from the Bacungan National High School, converting it into independent national high school to be known as the Sipacong National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending this approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
256 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 9297, separating the Bacungan National High School, Mangop Extension in Mangop, Postigo, Zamboanga del Norte, from the Bacungan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Mangop National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for our business.
257, by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 9298, separating the Siocon Central School, J.P. Brillantes Extension in Jose P. Brillantes Sr., Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Siocon Central School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as the Jose P. Brillantes Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for our business.
Committee Report 258 by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House Number 9299, separating the Bocana Elementary School, Hatib Asamundin Extension in Barangay Bocana, Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, from the Bocana Elementary School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as the Hatib Asamundin Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsored Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for our business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, Mr. President,
Mr.
the
President,
gentleman
just a
from
short
Cavite is
manifestation.
online, Mr.
Yes.
President. Move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Bong Revilla, you're recognized, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, we thank our colleagues for their understanding, lalong-lalo na sa iyo, Mr. President. In fact, I have already sent a letter indicating my medical leave. Pero dahil po sa inyong naging konsiderasyon, tuloy po ang trabaho. Again, papasalamat lamang po ko sa inyo for your understanding.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Revilla. Please get well soon. Nakita po namin yung letrato at mukhang matindi nga yung kanyang sugat at hindi ka talaga makakagalaw. So we came up with a unanimous consent for your continued online participation. So,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Get well soon.
Thank you for the understanding again.
Thank you,
God
Mr.
bless.
President. We wish our dear colleague, Senator Revilla, well. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. So with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than the gentleman from the great province of Aurora, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Yes, our distinguished sponsor, Senator Angara, is recognized, and to interpolate the distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Madam.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. And with thanks to the good sponsor for his patience with this representation, may I now proceed this afternoon to ask clarificatory and supportive questions of the GPRA bill, Mr. President.
Most willing to our very hardworking colleague, who is also an author of one of the bills regarding domestic preference for domestically produced vehicles. And we thank her for contributions. She also attended a few of the hearings at the committee level. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, good sponsor, Mr. President. So first of all, good sponsor, Mr. President, on the MEARB or MEARB versus LCRB decision making. So the new Government Procurement Reform Act introduces the concept of the most economically advantageous responsive bid, or MEARB, which allows procuring entities to consider factors beyond cost, such as quality, when evaluating bids. This is juxtaposed with the lowest calculated responsive bid, LCRB, approach from the current RA 9184, which primarily focuses on the financial aspect of bids. The introduction of MEARB is intended to provide a more holistic evaluation of bids, but it also raises concerns about the potential for subjective decision-making. So, ano pong specific measures ang kasama sa bagong GPRA para siguruhin na yung mga procuring entities hindi nila imi-misuse yung flexibility na ibinibigay ng MEARB at LCRB sa pamamagitan ng pag-tailor fit nila ng mga bids, Mr. President?
It's a very good question, Mr. President. And the lady senator from Aklan is correct that there is certain degree of flexibility given, and In view of this, we have placed some provisions which would limit that flexibility or discretion on the part of the procuring entities. They must assign weights to each criteria, and there is a sample listing in the bill in Section 45 on factors which may be given weight or criteria in setting the quality ratio and price ratios. Whereas before, we would only look at the price. So here, they are required to specify and break down and further specify the weights assigned to each criteria and the specific quality price ratio. And this must be specified ahead of time for the bidders to be able to respond and bid in a way that would meet the needs of the agency, Your Honor. So some of these criteria that we mentioned are quality and technical merit, aesthetic and functional characteristics, approach and methodology, accessibility, tools and equipment, social, environmental, economic characteristics, experience of employees performing the contract, ongoing contracts, after-sales delivery and technical assistance, delivery conditions, disposal measures, and other relevant criteria in relation to the subject goods or services to be procured. It's not an exclusive list, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. I appreciate lalo na yung pagdagdag ng mga provisions na yan, assigning weights. Kasi ibig sabihin, yung qualitative enhancement ng bidding process through the introduction of new concepts, nako-complement din ng quantitative. So to the adjectives or the subjective, merong ding numbers based or quantitative, in a way mas precise. So yung overall evaluation would benefit both from maybe a more humanistic approach and also a scientific approach. So salamat po para doon, Mr. President. Also pala yung sinabi ng good sponsor na kailangang i-specify pa at i-break down pa. So it's more, aside from more specific, of course, more nuanced, more detailed, and last but not the least, mabuti rin na ahead of time i-specify ang mga ito. So it's timely, hindi biglaan lang, pwedeng paghandaan, at the same time, yun na nga, walang gulatan. So there's time both for government and then for the bidders to properly make the presentation. So next, Mr. President, good sponsor, some clarifications on the additional procurement modes. So the addition of 5 new modes of procurement, competitive dialogue, unsolicited offer with bid matching, direct acquisition, direct sales or pasabay, and direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation, aims to provide procuring agencies with greater flexibility. These modes are introduced alongside the existing ones in RA 9184 with the intention of treating all procurement methods equally without a preference for competitive bidding. This approach is designed to adapt to the diverse needs and circumstances of various procurement scenarios. Could the good sponsor elaborate dun sa pagkakaiba-iba, distinctions sa mga bagong procurement modes na to? At pwede rin ba ang sponsor mag-provide ng objective framework or kahit decision tree para tulungan yung mga ahensya sa pagpili ng most appropriate mode para sa kanilang pangangailangan, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct. Her Honor is correct that we've introduced some modes of new modes of procurement which would go alongside the traditional mode of competitive bidding. And these 5 new modes are, as mentioned, the competitive dialogue, the unsolicited offer with bid matching, the direct acquisition, the direct sales or pasabay, and the direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation. The idea here is to give greater flexibility to the agencies. It's also born of the experience living under 9184 and procuring under 9184, where in particular certain agencies dealing with science, research and development, the academe, dealing with highly technical and complex equipment where it's not always the lowest priced item that serves the purpose needed by the government agency or procuring entity, Your Honor. So that's why so in the case of competitive dialogue, for instance, this is a two-part procurement where more or less the procuring entity has an idea of what they want to procure, but they're not quite knowledgeable or certain about the technical specifications. So they issue an invitation to bid and they say what they want in general terms. And before they award or before bids are submitted, there is an allowed period where they can consult with the potential bidders. And this is to, I think, if I may quote some of the resource persons, to prevent yung mga Frankenstein specifications dahil kadalasan nagka-cut and paste yung mga ibang agencies. And it really, it doesn't serve it doesn't do justice to what the agency wants to do. Meaning, so sabi nila, ba't di nila mag-usap yung, I think it's being done in a two-stage bidding, Your Honor. So we're just formalizing it actually, the practice. So that's one mode. And then another mode is the unsolicited offer with bid matching. This is for similar to what we have in the BOT, where perhaps the agency is not really aware or wala dun sa radar ng ahensya yung serbisyo o yung good na ino-offer po nung nung bidder. It could be an invention, a scientific invention, it could be something new. And again, there is to maintain the competition and to ensure value for the government, there is a period given in which other people will be given a chance to match the offer. That's borrowed from the BOT. Then we have direct acquisition. Ito po, wala na pong bidding dito. And this is limited to small amounts. This is 200,000, Your Honor. Ito, wala na po. I think previously in small amounts, we still had to do the shopping concept where you get three bids or three suppliers. Ito, wala na talaga for 200,000. So this is in response to those in the scientific community who they said they are conducting experiments and minsan things don't go as they plan and they have to buy something. Their experiment or research is time-bound and it's very sensitive and they need to respond to that contingency, Your Honor. The fourth new mode is the direct sales or pasabay. This is where an agency is allowed to procure goods which have already been procured by another agency through competitive bidding. There are also limitations here where I think it must be within 6 months from the acceptance by the original government agency. And it's limited only to, what is CSE again? To common use supplies and equipment, or CSEs, Your Honor. So there are very specific conditions for an agency to be able to buy something. The idea here is this supplier has already, I think this is something that's common in other countries where pag nabid na ho, parang pumasa na yung supplier na yon. So they're allowed within under certain conditions, very specific conditions. Yeah. Singapore is mentioned as a specific example by our resource persons, Your Honor. Tapos meron din po yung direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation. This is for the actual conduct of research and development projects and activities, and for commission tasks. So pre-commercial goods and services that involve early market engagement to stimulate the development of new goods and services. Goods to be manufactured by qualified startup businesses alongside the thrust to develop new and startup businesses. This is for the conduct of research and development, Your Honor. An example here would be the UP Marine Science Institute procures chemical compounds or reagents under direct procurement for S&T. And they use these actually exclusively and directly in research towards creating fertilizers for marine plants, Your Honor.
And sa 5 nito, Mr. President, good sponsor, meron na bang framework or kahit decision tree para gabayan yung ahensya, piliin alin sa 5 or 6 kung isasama pa rin nila yung competitive bidding, alin sa mga modes na ito ang pinakabagay dun sa ipoprocure namin?
Yeah, I think that has still to be formulated, Your Honor, and perhaps it will include the amounts. Meaning, if you're thinking of an amount, this one, then you go to direct acquisition. If it's below 2 million, you're in small value procurement, and then above that, you go to competitive bidding, and where you can decide between the lowest competitive bid or the most economically advantageous bid, Your Honor. Yung MIRB na sinasabi niyo earlier.
No po. Magkakaroon kaya ng kahit broad strokes nung framework or decision tree na to dito sa batas or dun na lamang sa IRRs? Mr.
Perhaps sa
President,
IRR na lang ho.
sa
I've never
IRRs.
seen a law where there is a decision tree, Your Honor. Of course, nothing stops us from doing that. It would be an innovation, but I think they also need time to kind of see how it's implemented, Your Honor.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Additionally, kung yung mga eksperto galing sa Government Procurement Policy Board, kung pepresentahan sila ng range ng mga procurement items, consistently ba pipiliin nila yung yung parehong mode? Or posible ba na yung mga experts na ito sa GPPB, magkakaiba-iba yung pipiliin nilang mode?
I think they would choose.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Your Honor, in response, I would say that they would probably use the fit-for-purpose approach, which is depende po sa goal nila. If the goal is to act swiftly and to maintain a certain result in a scientific experiment, nandoon po yung scientific bidding for S&T, or pagpasok po dun sa 200,000 threshold, dun sila sa direct sales ho, para mabilis po yung resulta. And I suppose if they're purchasing large amount of common use items or supplies, then they might resort to the old familiar methods of competitive bidding or auction, Your Honor. Pag ano naman ho, of course, if the good is a little more sophisticated or complex or technically advanced, then doon papasok ho yung concept ng MIRB, yung most economically advantageous responsive bid, Your Honor.
And I guess, Mr. President, good sponsor, kung yung isang mode, meron siyang napaka-distinctive na characteristic, it might almost automatically lend itself to be the choice for a particular goods or a particular service na pinoprocure. Siguro yung tanong ko, mas may relevance lamang kung more than one or a few of the modes might seem to be fit. So, baka dun mas magbe-benefit yung agency sa a little more guidance, which probably papasok na dun sa IRR or sa overtime, madedevelop nga na framework or decision tree para sa pagpili. But dun sa annual procurement plans nila, yung mga ahensya ba pwedeng may gabay para i-predetermine yung procurement method para sa iba't ibang klase ng goods at services? Would that be useful for them, Mr. President?
I'm sorry, I missed the second part of your question. In the APP, Your Honor, there's
in the APP,
yes.
meron kayang guidance dun sa mga agencies tungkol sa procurement method sa mga produkto o serbisyo na ipoprocure
Yeah, I think
nila?
the GPPB plans to conduct, which they're already doing, but they plan to conduct and continue giving seminars. And also to, I think, to speed up is to, kasi marami ng bagong paraan ng pagbibid or procure, they probably will have to issue new template forms also to agencies, Your Honor.
Alright. Salamat po. So baka some of those templates will take the place of that framework or decision tree sa IRRs, or baka over time yung i-issue ng GPPB na mga templates will constitute yung guidance or guidelines.
Yes, Your Honor. I think they would complement each other. Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Okay, doon na po ako sa alternative modes of procurement. So, una, streamlining, in particular, ICT procurement through competitive dialogue. So yung unang mode. So the proposed procurement law seeks to simplify the procurement process even for complex ICT projects by potentially incorporating provisions that make it more accessible and understandable for personnel without extensive training. The introduction of the competitive dialogue process is particularly noteworthy in this context. So, ito po bang panukalang batas natin, may kasamang specific measures dito para i-demystify sa mga procurement staff, i-demystify yung intricate processes ng pag-acquire ng ICT capabilities at paano yung competitive dialogue process nag-aambag sa layuning ito, Mr. President?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Your Honor. And yung competitive dialogue is really meant to demystify highly technical, bidding for highly technical and complex or technological items. And it's patterned after the current two-stage competitive bidding under the current law, 9184. So it's not unreasonable to assume that some procuring entities already have knowledge about or a general idea about how competitive dialogue is to be made, is to be done. And yeah, that two-stage process is really to address the lack of capacity or knowledge or technical expertise on the part of the procuring entity or agency. Dahil malamang that will increase going into the future as we move further into further advanced technologies, etc., Your Honor. So, yeah, it's patterned after the two-stage competitive bidding, except that here, the first stage, after the opening of the bid envelopes, the BAC engages in a dialogue with the eligible bidders. So the bidders give their inputs on the technical specifications, and then the procuring entity has the option to amend the specifications in line with the knowledge it has gained from that initial dialogue, Your Honor. Tapos the second stage is where the procuring entity issues the finalized technical specifications to all the bidders who participated in the dialogue. And here, the assurances or representations of the bidders are said to be binding because it's part of the formal bidding process, Your Honor. So this is the difference between a simple market scoping or consultation with technical people, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the good sponsor was starting to say earlier, I think even in one of my earlier questions, the competitive dialogue is supposedly designed to allow for early engagement with potential bidders. Gaya ng kasasabi din nila ngayon sa first stage, fostering a collaborative environment where the procuring entity can articulate project objectives and success criteria clearly. However, having competitive dialogues also, in a way ironically, also adds a new layer of complexity to the procurement process and the level of sophistication required from the procuring entity. So, given this, paano sisiguruhin ng batas na itong competitive dialogue process di sinasadyang kukumplikahin pala yung procurement? At anong mga hakbang ang gagawin para i-maintain yung balance sa pagitan ng pangangailangan ng detailed project discussions at yung overarching goal ng project simplification, Mr. President?
Well, certainly that's not the intention, Your Honor,
Yes.
to complicate it, but I realized you raised it. That it may happen, Your Honor, if the technologies introduced perhaps are very advanced and numerous, maybe to inundate the procuring entity. But the intention really is to allow and give them options and to flesh out their initial vision as to what they intended to procure or the service they wanted to have performed for the agency, Your Honor. So, well, we'll welcome any amendments if you see any streamlining that can be made. But certainly the introduction of competitive dialogue is really to address the complexity of life, the complexity of modern life, and to address the reality on the ground that many agencies do not have that technical expertise, especially when it comes to ICT and other advanced technologies, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. And I guess the hope is that sometime in between this first stage and the second stage, nagiging educational process na rin para sa procuring entity. And that hopefully will preempt any possible unintended consequence of sa hindi sinasadya lalong nakakumplika yung procurement. Doon naman po sa risks arising from competitive dialogue. So, Section 27 of the bill describes the new mode of procurement of competitive dialogue in which the procuring entity, as the good sponsor was also describing earlier, invites suppliers and manufacturers, among others, to a dialogue to propose solutions. Inviting the suppliers and manufacturers, one way of interpreting it is it blurs the lines between the planning and procurement processes. According to the existing manual of the GPPB, the procurement process includes a planning stage that is the responsibility of the project management office, end user, or implementing unit. Competitive dialogue seems to blur the lines between procurement planning and the conduct of procurement itself. And if and when this line is blurred, suppliers are able to unduly influence the specification of what is to be procured. So, anong specific examples ang pwedeng ibigay ng good sponsor na mga kontrata na magre-require ng prior dialogues at baka pa nga negosasyon sa halip na clarificatory pre-bid conferences lang. So, dialogue o baka negosasyon pa kasama ng mga suppliers at manufacturers?
That's a very good question, Your Honor. Going into the operations of a new mode of procurement, and we thank you for that. But maybe, to use your words, it's a case of due influence rather than undue influence. Because it's really to address the lack of sophistication or expertise of the agency. That's why the law allows this mode where you consult with the suppliers, and perhaps it is a sort of an exception to the older rule where the lines between different stages of the procurement process did not blur into each other. But you're certainly 100% correct, Your Honor, when you say that they blur into each other. But that is to achieve a specific purpose, which is to, number one, as you mentioned, to help the agency, to educate the agency, and secondly, to ensure that the government also gets the best product available, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. And again, I guess, pagkatapos nating maipasa yung batas, the first implementations of this competitive dialogue by procuring entities that choose it will also deliver lessons for all of us. How to strike that balance between yung procuring entity, mas matutunan niya yung complexity, yung high-techness nung pinoprocure niya, while at the same time maintaining the standards that government wants to set in these processes at saka dun sa pinoprocure niyang goods and services. So that creative tension or balance between due influence and undue influence plus yung education or learning on the part of government. Kung if the project is indeed novel or technically complex, and the procuring entity finds it difficult to specify these at the planning stage. Dito, Mr. President, good sponsor, actually, nasagot na ng good sponsor earlier. Tatanong ko sana na isn't a two-stage process better deployed? One where options for the terms of reference are first developed by a private firm with the procuring entity, and on which basis the procuring entity can then conduct a bidding. Kasi tama po ba ako, good sponsor, na that's what you just described, na two-stage process pa rin siya?
You're absolutely correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. That the competitive dialogue is actually patterned after the two-stage competitive bidding which exists under the current law. We've just made it a separate, parang nilabas lang natin para klaro na isa yun sa mga options available to agencies. Para yung, because we've seen that what's the percentage of BACs na constituted? Parang yung not all BACs or procuring entities have a very sophisticated or professional procuring unit or BAC or secretariat to assist them. Hindi technical people ito, usually political appointees. So ito, that's the reality on the ground, Your Honor. So we have some goals set forth in the law na we must professionalize going forward. But of course, it's easier said than done, Your Honor. No? And then hopefully there will come a time when that we will use these modes less and less because the knowledge is already possessed in-house, Your Honor.
That's interesting and I think important, Mr. President, na without having a sunset clause in the bill, actually nagko-contemplate tayo and we're aspiring for a time na yun na nga, through engaging in and learning from yung ganitong mga alternative modes, matututunan na rin, mapoprofessionalize na rin yung mga procuring units ng gobyerno natin and therefore we will not need to use these alternative modes eventually. So, salamat, Mr. President. Yung pong... Okay, so I'm actually moving, Mr. President, to another of the alternative modes. So, tanong po tungkol sa possible abuse of the unsolicited offers with bid matching. Section 28 provides for the use of unsolicited offer with bid matching. This alternative mode of procurement allows unsolicited offers to be considered on a negotiated basis, and this will apply when there is a new concept or technology. So in these times of very rapid technological change, many new things emerge every month. Paano po yung isang ahensya makikilala niya ang isang bagay, marirecognize niya ang isang bagay bilang new concept or technology sa paraan na malilimitahan din naman o madidisiplina yung pag-recourse sa unsolicited offers, Mr. President?
Well, this question highlights, Your Honor, the importance of market scoping, meaning for an agency, there is a provision in the law which states that all agencies must engage or learn to engage in market scoping to know the state of the art in their industry or in the industry of what they wish to procure. So, yung new concept or technology, I admit it's a very general phrase, but perhaps that is the best way to do it, is to keep it general so as to keep it flexible going forward. And perhaps in the IRR, or if Her Honor would like to suggest any methods, maybe we could ask for certifications from the department secretaries that this is indeed a new technology. So there is some degree of accountability here, Your Honor. It's not just unfettered discretion.
Maganda po yun, Mr. President. Trabahuin ko po with my legis. Salamat. Paano po itong panukalang batas natin magsisiguro na ang mga unsolicited offers hindi makikialam, hindi mag-interfere o lalong hindi magdi-displace ng mga items na nandun na sa APP ng mga ahensya?
That's not the intention, certainly, Your Honor, but it's a very good point. And ang kagandahan nitong unsolicited offer, hindi naman obligado ho yung ahensya na gagawin niya yun sa taon na in-offer sa kanya. May option sa kanya na i-carry over niya sa succeeding year and they can in fact make it part of their next year's budget, the succeeding year's budget, Your Honor. So it's not time bound in that sense, Your Honor. There are limits for the matching offers, Your Honor. But in terms of from the agency standpoint, hindi naman siya obligado na gawin yan within a certain time frame, Your Honor. So they are given much leeway in this respect, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. So, pwedeng ang mangyari ay yung isang pumasok na unsolicited offer with bid matching dahil nabigyan ng panahon para maproseso talaga completely, baka sa susunod na taong APP maisama siya.
Posible ho yun. At posible rin ho pagka meron hong program minsan nangyayari po sa gobyerno na hindi natutuloy yung mga proyekto, so that can be converted to savings, then they can resort to this form of bidding if the circumstances are present, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Clarifications naman po regarding the direct sales pasabay alternative mode. So Section 34 details the provision and prerequisites for direct sales. This mode of procurement allows procuring entities to directly purchase from a supplier that has satisfactorily delivered non-CSEs to another government agency. So, given that this mode relies on another agency's prior procurement, hindi ba i-discourage nito yung competition or yung paglitaw ng mga new suppliers?
I think that can be the initial impression created, Your Honor, because kumbaga you're not having a new bidding, but you're relying on a previous bidding done by another agency. But if you look at it holistically, the effect, I think, will be to incentivize bidders or suppliers or contractors to give a very competitive bid because they realize that that bid pwedeng mga naku yun that can give birth to a second pasabay or a direct sales. So, kumbaga, if I'm the supplier, I will put my best foot forward or my best price forward, Your Honor, para mas lumaki yung tsansa o yung posibilidad na ako'y mapipili uli ng ibang ahensya, Your Honor.
I see. In a way, Mr. President, that's optimizing the opportunities for that bidder. So still, it doesn't respond to the discouragement of competition or the emergence of new suppliers.
Well, if I may add, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President.
With your permission.
Opo.
There are very specific conditions for the direct sales or pasabay. Number one, the original contract or the agency who originally purchased the goods must have done it through competitive bidding. So if you're interested in the competitive aspect, nandoon po yon sa original bidding. At pangalawa, the government agency na-deliver na po. So there is a certification na the contract has been performed satisfactorily. So it is an actual performance-based or merit-based contract, initial contract that can give rise to a subsequent contract or pasabay, Your Honor. Pangatlo, there is a 6-month period from the acceptance of the original agency of the goods, Your Honor. So you cannot, for instance, say, this agency purchased it 10 years ago, I would like to purchase the same. Hindi na po yun. Void na ho yun dahil there must be a 6-month interim or gap as a maximum. And then the contract between the new agency and the original and the supplier cannot exceed the amount of the original contract, Your Honor. Yeah, those are some of the limitations we have placed to respond to the to Her Honor's concerns about the lack of competition and the possibility that the government may not get the best deal, Your Honor.
Oh, actually, Mr. President, in fairness to the good sponsor, di naman po ako nag-aalala dito sa tanong na to na government might not get the best deal. It's more kapag kumbaga may mga Hall of Famers na, di ba? Paano ma-encourage ng gobyerno yung mga bago, mga nagsisimula pa lang, mga maliliit na mag-bid para maging suppliers ng gobyerno. Maybe I should look for that in a different section or part of the
It's a
bill.
valid
And of course
concern.
in other
It's a
bills.
valid concern, Your Honor.
Opo. So maybe it's for another bill that the good sponsor might sponsor sometime in the future na I don't know why ang nag-occur sa akin yung jubilee year sa Biblia na after at the end of every 7-year period parang start from a clean slate ulit. But again, maybe I should be looking for it in a different section or different bill. So, salamat for that so far, Mr. President. I was asking that question because the prices of goods and equipment can also come down and government would certainly benefit from accessing such lower prices. Okay, dako naman po ako dun sa...
If I may interrupt
Yes,
you,
Mr.
with your
President.
permission, Your
Opo.
Honor, Mr. President. The resource persons told me that your concern is very valid. And then, meron po yung direct purchases for scientific purposes. Yun, pagka ganun ho, the size is not, does not matter. Meaning, if they wish to purchase from smaller startups, pwede ho yun. Opo. So there's also, meaning the playing field is large enough for both big and small, I think is what they're trying to say.
Salamat, Mr. President. So actually na anticipate ng good sponsor yung susunod na tanong ko, which is about sorry, hindi pa pala yun. Ito, negotiated procurement through United Nations agencies, international organizations, or international financing institutions, yung nasa Section 33L. So, if the good sponsor will bear with me, I just want to put a few things on record leading up to my question. International organizations, including UN agencies, the Stop TB Partnership, and UNAIDS, have set up platforms to enable countries to access quality and affordable commodities for specific public health priorities like HIV, TB, malaria, and vaccination programs. The current IRR of RA 9104 enables government agencies to pursue this type of procurement modality, but national government has seldom utilized this modality often, given that the IRR provides some limits to its use. While there's a need to prioritize local companies and goods, protecting public health is an equally urgent concern that has to be weighed against these considerations. Based on the feedback from CSO partners, our public health facilities have been experiencing stockouts of critical health commodities like TB and HIV drugs with failed biddings, often cited as one of the reasons for these shortages. In addition, an analysis from the Global Fund suggests that availing these international platforms to procure critical public health commodities has helped government realize massive savings. For example, using an HIV drug regimen, TLD, it is estimated that DOH would have saved over $12 million had it purchased these commodities through these international platforms. These savings correspond to 3 million bottles of the drug, a quantity that would have served the needs of the entire population of people living with HIV as of December 2023 for 3 full years. Providing a more favorable set of conditions for negotiated procurement with international organizations on commodities of public health importance in this new law would give DOH more options and would boost its ability to provide critical commodities for underserved Filipinos. So, yung ating pong draft procurement law, posible kayang maamyendahan siya para mag-provide ng clear provisions na papayagan ng gobyerno na mag-utilize ng negotiated procurement with UN agencies, international organizations, at international financing institutions, particular sa pag-procure ng mga commodities of public health, kasama na yung mga drugs and medicines, test kits, at iba pa, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, that is in the law. That is in the law as well as the proposed bill in Section 33, Your Honor. This is the negotiated procurement through UN agencies, international organizations, or international financing institutions. And the parameters or conditions here is a direct procurement is allowed for specific cases, small quantities of off-the-shelf goods, education and health, products with limited suppliers like vaccines, as you mentioned, and specialized drugs, which you also mentioned, and then goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services with advanced technologies not locally available and must be certified by the head of the procuring entity, Your Honor. So, but if you want to further specify or add to that list, we're most welcome. Or you're most welcome too, Your Honor. We would be open to that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't know how small quantities would be, but I look forward to working with a good sponsor in working out mutually acceptable proposed amendment. Salamat po. Moving now to COA's role in procurement oversight. The Commission on Audit has a critical oversight function in the procurement process, which includes reviewing justifications for using alternative procurement modes instead of competitive bidding. The proposed changes in the bill seem to diminish this oversight role by allowing procuring entities to bypass competitive bidding without first attempting or rejecting it. This shift away from competitive bidding as the default modality is also concerning, especially considering the safeguards it provides. So, bakit po ang competitive bidding hindi na yung preferred method dito sa new bill? At anong dagdag pang safeguards ang ini-introduce para mapigilan yung misuse ng alternative procurement modes, Mr. President?
Yes, there's a lot to unpack there, Your Honor. But certainly, the intention is not to diminish the role of competitive bidding. Definitely, there's value to that. But if we cite the study of the World Bank and ADB, this is what they call the MAPS for short in 2021. They were studying the implementation of 9184. Ang sabi nila is, yung pagkukulang, one of the substantive gaps in our procurement regulations is that the range of procurement methods is not suitable for more complex requirements and high-value procurement. Thus, they recommended to have a legal framework to provide for fit-for-purpose competitive procedures for procurements with more complex needs. So, the really is, I guess, what we're really doing is expanding the menu, Your Honor. Rather than replacing certain dishes, we're actually expanding it to provide more options to our agencies and to give greater flexibility. At the same time, address efficiency questions. And then, since your question also mentioned COA earlier, by no means does this measure diminish COA in any way. In fact, COA is still we need to rely upon them as one of the checks and balances, or the agencies which will ensure that this law is properly implemented, Your Honor. If there was a misuse of any of the provisions of the law, then certainly COA can come in. They can issue disallowances. They can even recommend the filing of cases, perhaps, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. In light of the formalities scandal, which involved the use of alternative procurement methods, paano yung bagong legislation palalakasin sa halip na pahihinaan o babawasan yung oversight capabilities ng COA na magsiguro na hindi mauulit yung ganyang mga pang-aabuso?
Great question. I think formally was discovered because of the COA, Your Honor. So it actually means, I think, that it attests to the fact that perhaps our system we're doing something right somehow, because nahuli yung ginawa sa formally, yung pag-misuse. That was not a competitive bidding, that was under the regime of Bayanihan, the Bayanihan law, where we relaxed the very strict provisions under 9184 to be able to procure things like vaccines and respond to life and death issues, Your Honor. Unfortunately, some of the more unscrupulous personalities found an opening there, Your Honor. That's why that I agree with you. The role of COA is paramount, is very, very, very important, as is that of the Ombudsman and our other anti-graft agencies, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. At pwede bang i-describe ng sponsor paano yung bagong GPRA pinalalakas yung papel ng COA sa procurement process? Bukod sa nabanggit na nila, yon.
Well, yun nga, it does not in any way detract from its jurisdiction, Your Honor, and the decisions of it allows observers, like civil society organizations, for instance, to make separate reports on public biddings, and the COA can take this into consideration, Your Honor, when it reviews some of the biddings or contracts entered into. In terms of the electronic payments, Mr. President, the bill reaffirms COA's participation in the development of an integrated financial management system, or IFMIS, together with the DBM and COA, for purposes of electronic payments. Again, this is to simplify, facilitate payments, Your Honor. So the presence of COA there strengthens, I think, the system. There's in a way, there's a validation of whatever steps they are going to take under these provisions, Your Honor. And we've also required new innovations, like the video recording of the biddings is required in certain cases above certain amounts. This can constitute evidence for COA, whereas previously they only had to deal with documents. Now there is additional that may strengthen cases, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Moving now to expanding warehousing and inventory control. The proposed amendment to Section 17, inspired by Senator Tolentino's bill, emphasizes the need for a robust system of warehousing and cloud-based inventory management for procured items. This system is crucial for enhancing traceability and accountability in the procurement process. It aims to prevent issues such as premature acceptance of goods that are not yet delivered, a problem highlighted during the investigation of the PSDBM's procurement of medical supplies from Pharmaly. So in light of this, iko-consider ba ng good sponsor na i-further expand yung scope ng Section 17 para siguruhin na ini-encompass niya yung comprehensive tracking mechanisms para sa mga goods na may expiration dates, halimbawa rice stocks, mga gamot at emergency kits, at nag-establish din ng stringent internal controls para sa disposal ng ganung mga items, Mr. President?
Yes, I think that's a great idea, Mr. President, given some of the recent occurrences where medicines were found expired in the billions, Your Honor. So talagang yung you can only expect these larger agencies to have greater demands upon them in terms of inventory management. So we would welcome anything that would improve this, Your Honor. In the same way we welcome Senator Tolentino's ideas to employ the latest technology to improve inventory management. We would also welcome anything that would take this further, Your Honor, given the greater complexities, the greater needs with our growing population and the growing budgets also, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at salamat muli kay Senator Tolentino. And additionally, this expansion could serve as a preventive measure against the mismanagement of inventory and facilitate the timely utilization of goods, thereby safeguarding public resources and ensuring the welfare of the beneficiaries. Sunod po, enhancing subcontractor accountability in major projects. The issue of subcontractor accountability is a significant concern in large-scale construction and infrastructure projects. Subcontractors play a vital role in the successful completion of these projects, yet they often face challenges related to financial and technical capacity, which can lead to delays, safety protocol breaches, and labor law violations. To address these concerns, it is essential to establish a robust framework that ensures subcontractors are not only qualified, but also have the necessary incentives to adhere to high standards and comply with labor laws. Paano po tayo makaka-develop at makaka-implement ng a comprehensive set of regulations and oversight mechanisms na i-hold yung mga subcontractors na yon sa parehong standards sa mga primary contractors. Sinisiguro na itong mga subcontractors, pinopossess nila yung requisite skills, resources, at ethical practices para mag-ambag positively sa mga major projects, Mr. President.
Your Honor, what is important here is the contractors are held to account through various provisions. The need for a performance security, where the winning bidder posts a performance security prior to the signing of the contract. And then this remains effective, this performance security posted remains effective until final acceptance by the procuring entity. That's Section 66. Ito namang Section 89, may warranty rin po. in an amount and period provided in the IRR to assure that manufacturing defects shall be corrected by the supplier or distributor, that the contractor assumes full responsibility for the contract work from the time the construction commenced up to a reasonable period to be defined in the IRR, taking into consideration the scale of the project, Your Honor. And of course, there is also the threat of perpetual disqualification from participating in public bidding, and the possibility of attachment or garnishment proceedings for erring contractors, Your Honor. Pero because your question is about subcontractors,
Yes.
the contractor, if he declares the subcontracting during the bidding, the subcontractor will also submit the same requirements as the primary contractor. If the subcontracting is not declared, the contractor is fully liable for the shortfall or non-compliance with the contract terms. So it is in his interest to declare it, I think, Your Honor, because otherwise he will be held responsible for acts which are not his, Your Honor. So yun ang the negligence of the subcontractor, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. I ask this also in relation to a very positive development on the labor management front in the construction industry. Meron pong kamakailan lang na lunsad na bagong proyekto, they call it Build Just, between a Spanish construction company actually working here in the Philippines at saka yung mga manggagawa at yung mga union na mga trabahador nila, seeking to establish and uphold those standards mula sa primary contractor hanggang sa subcontractor level. So, I appreciate yung sagot ng good sponsor so far, Mr. President, and then I hope I can just continue to work with him, maybe by sharing more concrete examples paano yung mga elements dito sa Build Just program na ito, and how one or a few of them might find its way into the bill at the proper time sa period of amendments.
We would welcome it, Your Honor. It sounds very empowering. Yeah.
So maraming salamat, good sponsor. And kaugnay na doon itong follow-up question ko sana na moreover, anong measures ang pwedeng gawin para ma-provide yung subcontractors ng appropriate incentives, halimbawa performance-based rewards or penalties para i-encourage yung kanilang compliance sa lahat ng mga relevant standards at regulations. So I'll follow that up with the good sponsor once I can share with him more concrete inputs from that the mentioned
Thank you, Your Honor.
the Build Just program. Salamat, Mr. President. So moving on to improving government-to-government contracting efficiency. So G2G contracting is a common practice for executing various projects, including housing and infrastructure development. However, agencies like the SHAFC and the NHA have experienced issues with project delays and inefficiencies. These problems can have a cascading effect on the intended beneficiaries of these projects, often resulting in prolonged waiting times for essential services or accommodations. Ito pong draft procurement law, pwede kayang amyendahan para mag-incorporate ng mga specific provisions na mag-e-enhance sa efficiency at accountability ng G2G contracting. Halimbawa, para hindi sila magko-contract ng mga proyekto na imposibleng makompleto nila on time. Ngayon pa lang, there is an NFCC mechanism in which the private sector bids for and takes on government projects. Di ba dapat gumamit din tayo ng parang ganitong mechanism sa G2G contracting naman?
It's a novel idea, Your Honor. But according to the GPPB, itong NFCC computation applies with respect to the financial capacity of the bidder and does not address the issue of timely delivery, which you raised, Your Honor. But certainly, if it can be improved, that would be welcome, Your Honor. But I guess that if we were just to, kung ihahantulad po natin yung pribadong, since we're talking about the NFCC, yung pribado tsaka yung government to government. I guess the difference is private entities have finite existences or maiksi yung existence niya. So the reputation can ebb and flow with time. Pero yung states, they exist for panghabang buhay yan, or ideally, di ba? So I think there's even if there are no specific constraints in the law, there are enough market-based incentives or disincentives. Yung reputational collateral, Your Honor, I think it's enough to take notice that some developmental projects were not delivered in the past by perhaps certain countries overpromised. And as a result, hindi na tayo lumapit sa kanila ulit, di ba? In future procurements or biddings or negotiations, ang nilapitan na natin yung traditional ODA partners natin kasi nga na-disappoint tayo dun sa performance nung ibang bansa, Your Honor.
That was a very interesting and I think important point, Mr. President, na binanggit ng good sponsor. Yung comparison and contrast between the nation state and private sector entities, no matter how big they may be, kahit hanggang sa mga tawag nito, yung multinational corporations, na papaalalahanan ako dun sa discussion about yung the role of the state or the nation state, tapos kung papaano yung for example, regulatory function niya. In recent decades, may push and pull between them, our nation states, at saka yung multinational companies na certain periods parang sila na yung nation state or sila na yung mala UN ng mundo, and how important for the nation state to keep asserting itself nationally and internationally for not just a more efficient but a more just and humane balance. Sorry to go off on that tangent, pero ang ganda po ng observation ng good sponsor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I accept his answer to the previous question. Kaya lang ako nag-wonder aloud about it din dahil may mga sitwasyon halimbawa dun sa segment 8.2 sa Quezon City na actually matagal nang nag-aalok si Mayor Joy na yung Quezon City government ang mag-implementa niyan. Kasama na po yung proper relocation and urban development para sa mga informal settlers doon. So, in a way, exciting offer from a local chief executive to fellow government agencies sa DSUD at yung mga key shelter agencies. So, but salamat sa good sponsor para sa sagot nila. And it's actually an invitation to this representation to think more on it. Paano pwedeng may ma-work out in particular situations like the one I mentioned in segment 8.2 and with Mayor Joy. So,
Yes, again,
Yes, good,
I would just
Mr.
like to reiterate
President.
our openness to any
Salamat,
any
opo.
innovation or
Opo.
provision you may want to add,
Opo.
Your Honor.
Very well taken. And yes, I will look forward to working with a good sponsor on that. Anong steps ang pwedeng gawin para siguruhin na ganitong mga contracts kung mag G2G nga, ma-execute nga, ito nga yung sinabi ng good sponsor kanina, my question doesn't address timelines. So, paano masiguro na ma-execute in a timely and effective manner with those clear timelines, milestones, and of course, penalties for non-compliance para maiwasan yung maulit, yung mga delays, mga efficiencies na naging sakit ng ulo ng mga dating projects, Mr. President.
Yeah, it's a very valid concern, Your Honor, because in the case of the bill under discussion, there are very strict timelines and there are very strict accountabilities for non-observance of the timelines.
Right.
But in terms of G2G, it's largely contractual. So perhaps the solution here is really to strengthen the negotiating capacities of our agencies, making sure our negotiators are well trained and are able to enter into negotiations with a comprehensive view and tackling all possible issues and getting the best possible deal also for the government, Your Honor. But again, we're open to whatever you wish because that's because nga yun nga ay largely addressed by the contractual provisions, meaning the contract is the law between the parties. Of course, that doesn't prevent us from setting some parameters here, Your Honor.
Yes. Agree. Salamat, Mr. President. So, dagdag sa yung pag-professionalize ng mga procuring officers and units within government para sa karamihan ng mga bidding na kino-contemplate or procurement na kino-contemplate ng bill natin, pati yung negotiating capacities, training for negotiating capacities siguro sa mga government officers na G2G contracting ang magiging task nila. Salamat po. Moving now to pitfalls of procuring second-hand goods. The new GPRA would allow government to procure second-hand goods as indicated in Section 76. The sponsor must be aware of the downsides of buying second-hand goods. There can be hidden defects. The assessment of the cost of maintenance over the lifetime of the equipment can be complicated. Second-hand goods often lack documentation. Second-hand equipment may have security vulnerabilities arising from compromised components. Assessing this adds layers of complexity to procurement, and maintenance and upgrades may become necessary, and budgeting for these becomes a challenge, especially when the need arises unexpectedly. So, beyond a conceptual or theoretical approach, pwede bang magbigay ang sponsor ng mga halimbawa kung paano yung pinaka-importante at least sa mga risks na to actually mamimitigate, Mr. President?
Well, just taking a step back, Your Honor. Yung provision na to is really to allow the government to use its funds wisely and have a greatest coverage. I think the example of the Senate President initially was you can buy 2 second-hand planes for the price of a new plane. So talagang in our case, perhaps we are giving the AFP that option, Your Honor. But having said that, tama po kayo na there are risks here, and well, the usual accountabilities would apply also on the head of the procuring entity. He is responsible if he purchases a dud, Your Honor, so to speak, no? And it has happened. Hindi na nga inaalaw bumili tayo ng chopper na pinalabas natin na brand new pala, second hand siya. So in this case, I think the role of COA is highlighted because they will. I think there must be some cursory examination of during delivery. There is some certification by the relevant officials as to the condition of the equipment or goods purchased. So those declarations or certifications also give rise to accountabilities, Your Honor, under the law.
Salamat, Mr. President. And I suppose dahil sinasabi na nga ng bill na hindi lamang lowest price ang criteria, kapag kakayanin, maaring ang hindi second-hand goods lang ang bibilihin. But it's good that when we need to buy second-hand goods na mayroong talagang risk mitigation, ngayon pa lamang.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
given these potential pitfalls, hindi ba dapat may mas expansive section tungkol dito galing sa technical working groups ng komite, Mr. President?
We welcome. We can work together on that, Your Honor. If you give us some guidelines on where you want to go. In Section 76 of the bill, the procuring entity must consider durability, remaining useful life, sustainability, maintenance cost, warranty price, among other relevant factors when procuring second-hand goods, in order to secure a contract advantageous to the government, Your Honor.
Okay.
So yun ang general ano natin. But again, we're open to any improvement on this, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Tanong naman po tungkol sa GPPB composition. In the composition of the GPPB, the new GPRA proposes to change the membership of the board. Previously, DOTR, DND, DepEd, DOE, and DTI were part of the GPPB, but were subsequently removed from the new GPRA. Mari bang matanong sa good sponsor, ano yung intensyon nitong probisyon?
I think there have, again, experience is the guide here, Your Honor. There have been times when it was difficult to obtain a quorum. So they've streamlined the composition of the board without prejudice to consultation with various agencies for their sector-specific concerns. And additionally, creation of interagency technical working groups is quite common, a common practice, Your Honor, to ensure technical expertise is respected, among other things.
Salamat, Mr. President. With the indulgence of the good sponsor, may I move for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Salamat po.
Session suspended.
Suspension. Salamat po, Mr. President. Salamat, good sponsor. Ayun, tapusin ko lang yung tanong dun sa GPPB composition. Salamat sa mga naunang sagot na ng good sponsor. Hindi ba yung interagency nature at diverse composition ng GPPB source siya ng, karunungan sa policy making, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. Good sponsor. Ngayon po, tanong tungkol sa PhilJEP's oversight. According to Section 5R, as well as Section 18, PhilJEP's is managed by the PSDBM. Due to the recent track record of PSDBM, bakit ba yung PhilJEP's nasa ilalim ng procurement service na yon, Mr. President?
Well, I guess we take a historical viewpoint, Your Honor. Naabutan natin ito eh. There are EOs, EO 40, there's a 2001, and then there's EO 322 under 2000, a series of 2000, where PSDBM is recognized as the entity which caused the establishment of the JEPs, the precursor of PhilJEPs. So, kumbaga, hindi naman ni-repeal ni RA ni 9184 yung EO 40. So, na-maintain ho yung institutional arrangement na ganon po, Your Honor. But nothing stops us from refining it or improving it, if you wish.
Salamat, Mr. President. And in fact, taking that same historical viewpoint, medyo basang-basa yung papel ng PSDBM. I remember, in fact, good sponsor, dalawa sa mga bills na dininig natin at kinonsolidate dito sa committee report ay para i-abolish ang PSDBM. But just focusing on PhilJEP's, since PhilJEP's is the single primary electronic portal for government procurement, ba't hindi kaya ipamanage na lang siya sa GPPB o yung GPPB TSO halimbawa, Mr. President?
Yes, nothing stops us from doing that, Your Honor. We're free to... but I'm told GPPB is policy, Your Honor, whereas PSDBM is the implementation and operations arm, Your Honor. So we can specify the responsibilities.
All right. I'll think on it further, Mr. President, and maybe get back to the good sponsor on if I can formulate and propose a
Your
proper
Honor,
amendment.
if I may pursue your train of thought,
Yes,
as
Mr.
I
President.
understand it, Your
Opo.
Honor, yung tama po kayo na yung PSDBM basa na yung papel niya, especially in terms of time, yung biddings which have taken so long, so many years, in terms of good governance, because but we have placed certain refinements in the measure which would limit the what PSDBM is it's a procuring agent, Your Honor. So there are many limitations now on the engagement of a procurement agent. There is no more transfer of funds. There is only the payment of a fee for the service of the procurement agent. The procurement agent's authority is limited only to conducting the bidding, and doesn't extend to the award process, Your Honor. Tapos in the case of PSDBM, they are limited to CSEs or common use items. I think the controversies in the past is that they expanded to purchasing more complex or maybe non-common use items, Your Honor. So I would like to share also with Her Honor, Mr. President, that we're going to insert a document here to tighten the definition of common use items, because the current definition of common use items is anything put in the PhilJeps. So it's kind of a circular definition, Your Honor, di ba? It doesn't refer to anything intrinsic. So now what we're going to propose is a common use item is something that is periodically or repeatedly used by an agency, Your Honor, too. So talagang it goes towards something that is common, that is used repeatedly, and you're free to weigh in or chime in on that definition, Your Honor. So these are some of the practical provisions, I think, which would limit the discretion and limit the would show that we have learned from past experiences, Your Honor, because yung original purpose of the EO creating the PSDBM was really to achieve economies of scale and cost savings by purchasing common items used across the bureaucracy. So I think if that is the goal, then meron pa rin nung silbi yung PSDBM, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Certainly, we have learned very painfully, and I think the Senate has, done a yeoman's job in learning and sharing those lessons, lalo na dahil sa investigasyon na ginawa ng ating Blue Ribbon Committee. I don't know if PSDBM institutionally has learned that already. Wala pa talagang full accountability or disciplinary actions. Siguro hindi pwedeng pagbayaran lang ng PSDBM yung pagkukulang o pagkakamali niya under the shadow of the Senate doing its own work fully and properly. Kasi nga, kung controversy, syempre, spectacularly, yung pinaka sa recent memories, none other than Formally. And speaking of learning, so lessons from Formally, the GPPB resolution number 03-2020 expanded the list of CSEs. It was approved by 9 out of the 14 members of the GPPB, though the new bill seeks to decrease the GPPB composition. We can also recall that shortly after the resolution was approved expanding CSEs, then Yusek Lao asserted that no MOAs were needed with Formally since PPEs were already CSE. So these are some of the lessons that the Senate, through our Blue Ribbon Committee, did so much to formulate and to communicate to the public. So, as I said earlier, Mr. President, I will get back to the good sponsor on how we might work together on pushing further, if possible, this matter of PhilJeps oversight as possibly under GPPB in some fashion. But for now, salamat sa good sponsor for this.
I totally agree with you, Your Honor, and I think we've tried to incorporate some of those learnings here in limiting the discretion and the scope of jurisdiction of the PSDBM. And I'm told that they've suspended their procurement of non-CSEs since August 2022, Your Honor. And that should carry over into a formal provision of law. Because dati wala talaga eh. EO lang yan eh. So madaling palitan ho yung tungkulin, yung kapangyarihan ng PSDBM. Pero ngayon, pagka nilagyan na po natin ng firmer boundaries, then at least we can limit their function and allow them to function in the way it was originally designed to do so, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. And I apologize to the good sponsor na nalito ako dito sa aking notes. I inadvertently mentioned points na kaugnay ng susunod na tanong ko. But in any case, my next question also mentions our favorite PSDBM. So, forgive me, good sponsor. Yung susunod na tanong ko po ay...
Tamang-tama po yan. Maraming natatamaan dito. Hindi, biro lang ho. Kasi I would just like to specify, there are institutional accountabilities, but there are
Opo.
also individual
Yes,
accountabilities,
yes,
Your Honor.
Mr. President.
So tama po kayo
Good
in that
sponsor.
respect. And we're trying to do both, Your Honor.
Opo. Salamat po. Yung susunod na tanong ko po is lessons from formally. So, Section 38 provides for the rules on the procurement of common use supplies and equipment. It identifies PSDBM as the sole procuring authority for these CSEs and further allows PSDBM to deal directly with manufacturers. And PSDBM is also granted the authority to develop the parameters in the identification and expansion of the requirements and specifications of the CSEs. We can recall during the pandemic that the expansion of the scope of CSEs to include PPEs was abused by Farmally and other PSDBM officials. So given the track record of PSDBM, granting them the option to directly choose the supplier without any bidding, sounds like we haven't learned our lesson. In this respect, anong dagdag na safeguards o bagong safeguards ang ini-introduce ng GPRA para siguruhin na hindi magfe-favor ng CSE suppliers ang PSDBM, na Mr. President?
Your Honor, yung regarding, just to refer to your example,
Apo.
I was told that the authorization of face masks or PPEs as common use items was done in the Bayanihan Law. So tayo po yun. Tayo po yung nag-authorize.
Tayo po, okay.
Opo. It's not the PSDBM who did that. And then understandably so. And I don't think, hindi naman tayo masisisi doon, Your Honor. Kasi this was a time when our lives depended on these pieces of equipment, Your Honor. Hindi nga tayo makalabas na walang... I remember my children would not even step outside the house kung wala silang masks. No? So that's how important these things were to us. And it still does not excuse the reprehensible practices of overpricing PPEs. And also, we did not purchase from our local producers.
Right.
We told them to produce and we would buy it and we did not buy them. So many things went beyond, kung hindi natin kasalanan yun dahil nilagay natin na common use items. Although we may have opened the door a little bit, now we know better. And we will have better, maybe locks in place, Your Honor.
And I know, good sponsor, that the DBM Secretary has already exerted efforts to improve the PSDBM process. Ano po yung mga reforma at alin doon ang specifically kasama dito sa bill, Mr. President?
Well, as a matter of fact, the PSDBM has suspended its procurement of non-CSEs since August 2022, Your Honor. And it's focusing on its mandate of procuring CSEs. And we will formalize that in the law, and we will tighten up the definition of CSEs, Your Honor. It's talagang limited to items which are regularly used by agencies and which the PSDBM can concentrate on achieving economies of scale and cost savings for the government.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. President. Sunod na tanong po, in the repealing clause, DBM is omitted. Item 2 of LOI 755 provides that PSDBM shall be attached to the Office of the President and report to a Procurement Council. Magiging amenable po ba, Mr. President, ang good sponsor at the proper time na isama yung repeal niyang LOI 755 pati sa pagdagdag ng mga bagong probisyon na i-indicate yung papel at saka yung gampani ng PSDBM, Mr. President?
Yes, most welcome, Your Honor. Most welcome.
Maraming salamat. Mr. President, good sponsor. At sa huling tanong ko po, tungkol sa dismissal of administrative cases. Section 92 of the bill provides that jurisdiction over the offenses defined under this article shall belong to the appropriate courts according to laws existing at the time of the commission of the offenses. Maaari ko bang i-confirm, good sponsor, na ang ibig sabihin ng Section 92 ay na yung mga krimen na ginawa sa ilalim ng RA 9184 or nung effectivity niya ay pwedeng patuloy na i-prosecute kahit pagkatapos ng pagsasabatas nitong panukala.
That's
Mr.
correct, Your Honor.
President.
That's correct.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. Yun po yung mga tanong ko, Mr. President. Salamat po at maraming salamat, good sponsor.
I thank the lady from Akbayan, from Aklan, our Vice Chair for Finance, for allowing us to use our gray matter in responding to her very practical and intelligent questions. Salamat po, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa would like to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Aurora. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized for his interpellation.
I'm thankful that I will be interpellated by Senator De La Rosa because he's the most popular chairperson at the moment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. I don't know if my questions were already asked by the previous interpellators, but just for the record, Mr. President, good sponsor, and for enlightenment, not only for me, but for other people who are very much interested in this particular mission. Mr. President, for the record, I would like to commend our hardworking chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, for sponsoring Senate Bill number 2593, which aims to revise RA 9184 or the Government Procurement Act. I fully agree with our good sponsor when he said that our procurement law and process, once correctly reformed, will restore the trust and confidence of our people with our government, who for the longest time have been sadly associated with corruption. I strongly support the proposed legislative measure and would very much want it to succeed and achieve its goals of removing the negative stereotypes linked to our procurement process. Again, I would like to express my full support to this proposed legislation. If the sponsor would mind, may I be allowed to ask some clarificatory questions? Mr. President, thank you.
Opo, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating kaibigan and also Vice Chair in charge of the defense establishment who will benefit from this law, Your Honor. So it's an honor to be able to answer questions, Your Honor, from
Thank
your,
you, good sponsor, Mr.
from His
President.
Honor. Yeah.
This is about the engagement of a procurement agent. Mr. President, majority of my government service is with the executive department. I witnessed firsthand the complications and challenges with our procurement law, especially when I was the chief of the Philippine National Police. Ngayon pong nandito na ako sa Senado, mas nakita ko po na hindi lamang ang PNP ang nahihirapan sa procurement process. Buong burokrasiya po ang namumroblema. Isa po sa naging malaking issue ay ang pag-transfer ng fund sa mga procuring entity katulad ng PITC. Binanggit naman po ng ating good sponsor sa kanyang sponsorship speech na hindi na mauulit ang mga naging pang-aabuso noong nakaraan. With this, may we know what would be the difference of past practice of transferring funds to the PITC and PSDBM and of the proposed Section 15 wherein it allows the head of agencies to authorize the engagement of a government procurement agent which shall undertake the functions of the BAC. Dito po ba sa Section 15 ay limited sa paglipat ng bidding process function sa procurement agent at mananatili sa mga ahensya ang pundo. Kaya sigurado po ba na hindi na mauulit ang naging problema sa PITC at PSDBM?
Magandang tanong ho yan, Your Honor, Mr. President. Ngayon, naglagay na tayo ng mga safeguards, kumbaga, para hindi na maulit yung paglilipat ng pondo at parang nagiging blindside na tayo, hindi natin nakikita kung saan napupunta yung pondo dahil yung ibang yung PITC, yung PSDBM, minsan hindi nagre-report sa atin yan. So, ang nakikita natin, well, you have already obligated your funds, so mukhang nagastos na nila. Pala, yung kontrata hindi pa pala na-bid out, 4 na taon, 5 taon na po yun. So ngayon, hindi na po pwede yung wholesale transfer of funds, Your Honor. You can only engage a procurement agent like the PSDBM if on a project basis. At yung pondo, hindi nalilipat sa kanila, kundi nasa procuring entity pa rin yung pondo o yung sa ahensya at babayad na lang siya ng fee dun sa procuring agent, Your Honor. At yung procuring agent is not in charge of the funds and can only be an agent for purposes of conducting the bidding, Your Honor. Hindi siya pwedeng mag-award o hindi siya yung decision maker pagdating ho dun sa award nung bidding. So, nilimitahan na po natin, sa madaling salita, nilimitahan na po natin yung kapangyarihan ng mga procuring agents dito. And it can only, an agency can only get a procurement agent kapag wala sa kanya yung kapasidad o yung capability na siya mismo ang bid out nung kontrata, Your Honor.
Maganda pong development yan, Your Honor. And I really appreciate kung matutuloy yan para hindi na maulit yung mga problema natin kagaya ng dati. Next question, Mr. President. This is about the cases against back members. Isa rin po sa naging problema namin noon sa PNP at tingin ko ay pati na rin sa ibang ahensya ng gobyerno ay natatakot maging miyembro ng Bids and Awards Committee ang empleyado dahil lagi silang nakakasama sa mga kinakasuhan kapag natatalo sa bidding. Yan palagi yan, yung problema talaga. Pag natalo yung isang bidder, kinakasuhan kagad yung members ng back. Yung iba tuloy, hindi agad nakakatanggap ng pensyon dahil sa mga nakabinbin na kaso. Isa rin po kasi ito sa naging dahilan kung bakit mas pinili ng mga ahensya ang paglipat ng pundo sa PITC at PSDBM. May we know if this particular concern has been addressed in our proposed measure?
Yes, Your Honor. Gusto nating maging professional na yung ating mga back members. And tama po kayo sa dati-rati ay maraming nakakasuhan dahil kadalasan hindi po tama yung piniling procurement mode. Kumbaga, pumasok sila doon at hindi sila sumunod sa rules o kaya yung minsan yung decision nila mali. So, dito ang kagandahan ng panukala po natin, Your Honor, is nagbigay tayo ng maraming options. Sinimplify natin yung mga may five new ways of procurement tayo at some are very simple. If you're buying something 200,000 and below, wala nang bidding. Bibilin mo na lang ho. Parang pumunta ka na lang sa tindahan, binili mo. So as easy as that, Your Honor. So we have those options. Pag 2 million pababa, higher than 200,000 but lower than 2 million, then you only need to have three quotations. So yun yung parang small scale procurement or shopping na ginagawa dati, pero tinaas natin yung amount, so mas simplified na. Hindi na kailangan pag ang amounts ay 2 million pababa, that we always engage in competitive bidding which can range from anywhere from 26 days to 139 days. So napakatagal ho. So pag matagal ho, siguro logically, mas malaki rin yung oportunidad para magkamali. Pag masyadong maraming proseso, mas nadadagdagan yung posibilidad ng pagkakamali. So these are some of the...
maraming butas na makikita.
Opo. That's human nature ho, di ba?
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, Mr. President, is about the most economically advantageous bid. Mr. President, isa rin po sa naging problema kung bakit malayo sa perfection ang ating procurement process ay dahil sa naging requirement na lowest calculated bid. Like our good sponsor, I agree with Supreme Court Administrator Raul Villanueva when he said that we may save government funds, but we actually do not get the best quality that we need. So in the end, we sort of suffer because we continue purchasing items that do not last long. With this, Mr. President, may we know the difference of our previously known term, lowest calculated bid, with the new term, most economically advantageous bid. Tama po ba na mas preferred natin ang quality sa bagong pulisiya na ito?
Yung tama po kayo, yung most economically advantageous bid, doon po mapasok po yung quality, hindi lang yung presyo. Kasi pagdating sa lowest competitive bid, presyo lang po ang tinitingnan eh. So tama po kayo, tama rin si Supreme Court Administrator Villanueva, Majority Leader Villanueva, tama rin po na kapag yung naka-savings nga ho ang gobyerno, hindi naman lagi nakukuha yung angkop o yung tamang produkto minsan. Especially kung medyo komplikado at requires a lot of service, dapat lahat yung tinitingnan natin. So yun ang ideya dito o konsepto nung MERB or most economically advantageous responsive bid, na hindi lang yung presyo ang titingnan, kundi yung buong life cycle ng isang produkto. Meaning, ano yung cost ng maintenance niya, paano mo siya i-dispose, ano yung total cost of having that product to the government, Your Honor. Kasi minsan, binibid natin yung item, tapos yung services to maintain it, pag sinuma total mo, mas maganda pala yung isang produkto. So yun yung mas naging komprehensibo tayo dito. At at the same time, binigyan natin ng mga options yung ating mga ahensya, Your Honor.
Alam mo, Mr. President, kung mayaman lang sana tayo na bansa, no? Sana ang magiging guiding principle natin sa procurement process natin is bahala na kung mahal, basta maganda at matibay. Di ba? Parang ganun dapat ang ating frame of mind kung mayaman lang sana tayo. But anyway,
I agree with you, Your Honor. Tama po kayo dyan.
But this changes that you are introducing in this measure is going towards that direction, although hindi totally talaga, at least papunta doon. At maraming salamat, Mr. President. Next, Mr. President, is about the negotiated procurement. Mr. President, Section 33 of the proposed bill laid down an expanded negotiated procurement. Alam ko po na magiging masaya ang ating militar, police at iba pang law enforcement agencies dahil kung mas malinaw na po kung paano nila magagamit ang mode na ito. However, Mr. President, I noticed that one of the conditions before this negotiated procurement may be resorted to by our military and law enforcement agencies is, and, quote, the supplier or manufacturer had fully and satisfactorily implemented a contract of the same item with the Department of National Defense or any of its bureaus or attached agencies. Would it be possible to make it more flexible to include the suppliers or manufacturers which had fully and satisfactorily implemented a contract of the same item with other law enforcement agencies? Ang naisip ko po kasi dito, maari yung isang magandang supplier ng DND ay makapag-supply din sa PNP, NBI o kaya naman sa Philippine Coast Guard. So, baka in the proper time, Mr. President, I would introduce some amendments.
Yes, Your Honor. We're open to that, Your Honor. Kasi naman, kung maganda talaga yung produkto, malamang kukunin din siya nung ibang ahensya. So, tama po kayo doon. Ang sinasabi lang ho nung DBM is sana may ipasok lang natin yung magsa-certify yung ahensya na completed na yung kontrata at completed satisfactorily para yun yung magiging kumbaga certification na pwede na siyang kunyari DND, sasabihin ni DND Secretary na okay itong kontrata. So PNP pwede mo nang bilhin yan. Parang ganoon. Para hindi masyadong freewheeling yung ating proseso, kundi meron tayong may nagsasabi na okay itong produkto. Parang may guarantee of sorts of quality, Your Honor.
So at least
Something like that, Your Honor.
salamat, Mr. President. And in closing, maigsi lang ako, no? Mr. President, Mr. Gus Sponsor, maigsi lang.
Yeah.
Maigsi lang, no?
Ano po?
Maigsi lang yung interpellation ko. Mag-close na ako eh. I would like to thank our good sponsor for answering our questions today. Mr. President, their sponsor, well, honesty is the best tested when nobody's looking. We put up safeguards to maintain the purity and dignity of persons who are entrusted with our people's money. This measure will serve as a deterrent against corruption, but it is also a mechanism to eliminate even the slightest bit of temptation. Let this piece of legislation be our contribution in bringing back the trust and confidence of our people, not only in the procurement process, but in the government itself. A government standing on the foundation of honesty and transparency is a government that will forever be treasured by its people. At the proper time, with the consent of our good sponsor, I will propose amendments in relation to the points I have raised during this interpellation. Thank you, Mr. President, and good sponsor. Salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the gentleman from Davao Sur and Bohol for his very to-the-point questions, and I look forward to working with him during the period of amendments. Salamat po, Your Honor.
Mr. President, the minority leader is also seeking the floor. I move that Senator Coco Pimentel be recognized, Mr. President.
Our minority leader
This is not a second round of interpellation, just a follow-up of a subject matter raised during the interpellation of Senator Risa. When they talked about the PPEs, I think the sponsor said that the legislature characterized the PPEs, the face mask, as common use.
According to...
I don't think we did that. Ang sinabi yata natin, tignan niyo, Mr. Press, kasi pina-research ko nga, the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act in Section 4U exempts specific procurement projects related to the COVID-19 response from the coverage of RA number 9184. I think that is
the more precise formulation.
Yun na nga, okay.
Yes,
So,
yes, Your Honor.
if we did that, so tanong ko lang, what governed the procurement of these items? Nung inalis pala natin, so ito, reality na po to, reality, factual. Nung inalis natin siya, sabi natin na they're not covered by RA 9184. Nung pinrecure yung 12 billion pesos worth of goods from Parmally,
Did you need a separate authorization?
what procedures were followed, Mr. President?
There was a GPPB resolution allowing the purchase of the face masks, Your Honor. The
What-
exemption,
Yes.
allowing the
May we know
exemption.
what was the
Yeah.
mode or manner?
03-2020, the mode of procurement, Your Honor. Pero what was the mode? Was it competitive bidding or was it negotiated? Ano siya? Did you get 3 suppliers? Ganon? It's an emergency bidding, meaning they directly contracted with the supplier, Your Honor.
And then directly contracting is one of the 5 new modes
Hindi
under
po.
our bill.
That is already, emergency contracting is already under 9184, Your Honor.
Yes.
But there are certain, it's stricter, I think, in 9184. Dito dahil nga we authorized, Bayanihan authorized exemption from this. Ayun, they just, siguro by way of analogy, they just purchased directly from the suppliers, Your Honor.
So the mode followed in the formally procurement.
There's no
doesn't-
bidding, no bidding, Your Honor.
Yes,
Yeah.
it doesn't look like any of the 5 new modes under our bill.
Well, the closest would be direct, ano yung 200,000? Direct acquisition, Your Honor. Kasi wala silang, according to them, it was, there was
Small
no,
amounts lang.
they did not get 3, no, but with the difference, being this is a large amount,
Yes,
Your
okay.
Honor. That's the difference, opo.
Okay, pero sabi natin po, allowed na siya sa emergency procurement under 9184, and I think we are also retaining that feature.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, is the danger of a repeat formally still there, Mr. President?
Wala na ho. Very strict ho yung sa emergency negotiated procurement, diba? Yung safeguards. Yeah.
Kasi,
Hindi na po mangyayari yun because direct acquisition is only limited to 200,000 and below, Your Honor. So because nga it's a risk efficiency calculus, di ba? You allow the greater
Yes,
risk
pero-
because it gives you greater efficiency because it's a lower risk.
Yes,
It's a
pero-
lower amount.
Normal, yes, normal times.
It will not
ano yan
happen
eh.
for 12 billion. It will no longer happen
Yes,
for
I know,
the...
normal times procurement yan eh. But sabi natin, emergency procurement ito. Tandaan natin, mayroong prediction ng WHO that pandemics will, will recur more frequently and shorter, anong tawag doon? Time gaps, Mr. President. So in emergency situations, can a repeat formally still happen under our bill, Mr. President?
There must be a declaration of a state of calamity. So for it to happen, there must be a lot of collusion of a lot of actors, Your Honor. So I mean, anything is possible,
Theoretically,
really.
yes.
Theoretically, yes, it is
kasi-
possible. But is it likely?
Yes.
I don't think so, Your Honor. Yeah.
O kasi ang framework ni Formally 9184 and then we are very clear that the basic framework of 9184 is reproduced in our
Ang basic
in our
framework
bill,
po ng Formally is bayanihan, which is exempted from 9184, Your Honor. So it was an emergency purchase which is replicated in the law, but they no longer had to follow anything that was in 1984, precisely because they were explicitly exempted from 9184. So
So-
it's a very limited circumstance, Your Honor. And if we were to repeat it under 9184, or the provisions which we are reenacting under this bill, you would require the President to declare a state of calamity,
WHO.
yeah, the time is of the essence. So talagang must be an honest to goodness emergency. Like if there's another COVID breakout, Your Honor, then there is we may be susceptible to that. But of course, we should have learned from previous experiences already, Your Honor.
So when we exempted the procurement of those face masks from the coverage of 9184, we also exempted it from the provisions of 9184 on emergency procurement.
Everything,
So,
Your Honor.
Naging
Free.
parang
Parang direct acquisition of anything. Parang
open-
direct acquisition, yeah.
parang ano siya, okay, so
Yeah.
anong tawag mo? to?
Yeah. Lock, stock, and barrel is the word used by the
So
resource persons.
They
here.
designed their own. They designed their own program. Oo nga.
They made it, kung ihahantulad po natin, it's direct acquisition, basically. Except direct acquisition in our bill is limited to small amounts.
Yes.
Yun, they pick the big amount and they overprice the items. So, they really milk the cow, so to speak, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, basta ang warning ko lang, Mr. President, kasi yung pandemic, ang WHO may warning nga talaga sila that pandemics will become more frequent and then the time periods in between the pandemics will become shorter. Yan ang
Yeah.
sabi. So, there might be a next pandemic which will repeat the entire experience. But ang ating konsuelo, there's a new man in charge of PSDBM. Ito na.
Well, yes, and also the President...
Trustworthy person,
yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah, very able people here, Your Honor. And yes, you're right, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. President, I was supposed to ask some questions, but I will no longer pursue asking questions. Instead, perhaps I would participate in the period of amendments. But just one point that I'd like to raise before we close, Mr. President, and the distinguished gentleman from Aurora has been very specific and very eloquent in saying we should learn from our mistakes. We learn from our mistakes. Milking the cow should no longer be an idea of this mandarambongs, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Ombudsman has already reaffirmed its ruling to file graft charges against PSDBM officials. It said that upon review of relevant documents, Lin Wei-xiong of Formally, who is a Chinese citizen, violated the anti-dummy law. I'm just wondering, and just one question that I'd like to raise, what about the other corporations involved in the Formally case, if we have an update? Because this representation had been looking forward to this filing of cases to these corporations involved, Mr. President. how will this bill, this particular measure, will ensure that there are no similar incidents in the future? Kahit na pumunta pa siguro yung o dumating tayo dun sa pandemya na era, maiwasan po natin at ito yung dahilan kung bakit natin may iwasan dahil mahigpit na po tayo and we actually learned from our mistakes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes, that's a valid concern, Your Honor. I'm told the cases against the corporations are still pending. The initial result, which we've been reading about in the news, yung mga nabanggit po ninyo against Mr. Lau, against, I think, Duque, no? Secretary Duque. These are just preliminary, meaning may susunod pa ho na resolutions dito ang ating ombudsman, Your Honor, Majority Leader, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer pursue asking questions, Mr. President. I'd just like to take this opportunity to perhaps inform our government agencies with regard to our committee report here in the Senate. What have they done, no? Sumunod ba sila doon sa recommendations natin to file cases against, not just these public officials, but also to these individuals and corporations involved. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Alan Cayetano is also listed, but he already informed me, Mr. President, that he might just ask some questions in the period of amendments where he wanted to participate. So with that, Mr. President, and there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there injection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, just allow me to thank our colleagues, Senator Risa, Senator Bato, and of course the Majority Leader for their ideas, and the Minority Leader also. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2593. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, Senator Raffy Tulfo would like to avail of the privilege hour. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues. Noong 2014, ang Pilipinas po ay nabansagang selfie capital ng mundo. At hindi po natin may tatanggi na napakahilig po nating magpa-picture. Basta may camera, tayo po ititigil at ngingiti. Matik po yan. It is instinctive and natural for all of us to smile. But there are times when kahit anong pilit hindi tayo mapapangiti. At ito ay kapag tayo ay bungal. Talagang hindi ka makangiti, hindi ka makapagsalita na maayos at hindi ka makakain ng tama. At sa bansa natin na medyo mahilig magbiruan at mang-Alaska ang mga tao, hindi nakakaligtas sa mga bungal sa asaran ng mga magkakaibigan. Sa mga pelikula naman, silang kadalasan nagagamit na punchline o comic relief. Sa pelikula, maaaring nakakatawa. Pero sa totoong buhay, isa pong pasakit ang pagiging bungi o bungal. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, let me take a few minutes of your time to talk about the Filipinos' dental health concerns because dental health is no laughing matter. In a 2018 National Health Survey, it was confirmed that up to 73 Filipinos or 73 million Filipinos are suffering from dental caries or tooth decay. And just last February, the Philippine Dental Health Association announced that about 72% of our population has tooth decay. Mr. President, the Department of Health already said that this is a silent epidemic. I believe it is time to make noise on this public concern. While it is not deadly, dental caries is like a termite that slowly destroys our teeth and overall health. which, if not addressed, again, if not addressed, could lead to life-threatening diseases. How is this affecting our people? Mr. President, currently, 8 out of 10 Filipino children suffer from childhood tooth decay, and is one of the leading reasons why children are absent from school. Also, madaming workers ang hindi makakapasok sa trabaho dahil sa pananakit ng ipin. Alam naman po siguro natin lahat, pag ang ngipin po ay sumakit, isang ngipin lang po ay sumakit, buong katawan po natin apektado at hindi na po mapakinabangan. Apart from the extreme pain that toothache brings, studies have shown that gum disease, missing teeth, and other oral health issues brought about by poor brushing habits and lack of plaque removal increase a person's risk of stroke. Ito po hindi po ako nananakot. Those with overall poor health had increased damage to the architecture of their brain. Moreover, during the 2023 Internal Stroke Conference of the American Stroke Association, it was discussed that taking care of your teeth and gums improve your brain health. This is a serious health concern for our country, as declared by Dr. Manuel Ballesteros, the Department of Health's Division Chief for Disease Prevention and Control. To emphasize this, he cited how there was a case where a child with tooth decay developed meningitis. The child's pediatrician noted that the infection found in the molar and brain of the child were the same. At maliban sa epekto sa kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan, ang pagkakaroon ng sirang ngipin, pagkakabungi or bungal, at kawalan ng ngipin ay nakakaapekto sa mental health, self-confidence, at employability ng isang tao. Kapag ikaw po ay aplikante sa trabaho at ang posisyon na in-applyan mo, halimbawa bilang isang sales lady, sales clerk, security guard, anything that has to do with dealing with people, malamang sa malamang, ikaw po ay hindi matatanggap. And despite the gravity of this problem and how it affects different aspects of our people's life, it seems that we have not done enough. At present, PhilHealth only covers oral surgery for patients confined in PhilHealth accredited hospitals. Limited surgeries lang po tulad ng tooth extraction o cleft lip o cleft palate surgeries. Hindi po kasama mga surgeries sa private dental clinics at hindi po kasama ang basic oral health care services. Ang proposal po na makausap ko sa Philippine Dental Association ay maisamang oral health care services na covered ng PhilHealth package. Mr. President, ang nais ko naman po sana mapag-aralan ay kung paano sana mabigyan ng dentures o libreng pustiso ang mga walang kakayanan na magpagawa ng pustiso. Mr. President, there is hope that at the moment for our people because according to PhilHealth, oral health care services will soon be part of the PhilHealth package under Universal Health Care Law. According to them, they are looking at implementing this within the year. And once implemented, Filipinos will be able to avail of basic oral health care services such as tooth filling, among others, in government health centers or hospitals for free. In line with this, I filed a resolution towards institutionalizing a stronger oral health care program. I hope to hear the side of PhilHealth on its financial capacity, the Philippine Dental Association on what it is absolutely necessary for our people's welfare, as well as the DOH side on how best to implement this program. Mr. President, a strong policy and support from us here in Congress will have far-reaching effects for our people. I hope we can prioritize this to an appropriate legislation and eventually during our budget season. I hope we could fund this program accordingly. Again, Thank you for your time, Mr. President. Good evening po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Senator Raffy, sa inyong speech, privileged speech. We'll ask of course, the Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, just
referral.
a short manifestation. Oral diseases disproportionately affect the poor and socially advantaged members of our society. In fact, Mr. President, according to the World Health Organization, or WHO, there is a very strong and consistent association between the socio-economic status and the prevalence and severity of oral diseases. In fact, Mr. President, according to DOH National Monitoring and Epidemiological Dental Survey, around 92.4% of Filipinos have tooth decay and 78% have gum diseases. And that is why we echo the sentiments of our good colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, that dental health services should be more accessible and available for all. And with that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo and the manifestations thereon to the Committee on Health and Demography. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Motion is approved. At alam mo, Majority Leader,
Yes.
yung alam niyo po, Senator Raffy, yung nakakamatay yung nakakapatay ng tao yung bulok ng ngipin. It goes up to the brain. There are cases na it actually and also promotes heart failure, heart attack, stroke. So may correlation yan yung
Yes.
dental health.
Yes.
Dental health.
Yes, Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Lauren Legarda, is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, who is looking 10 years younger always, every day.
So, 38 years old
Is
na lang po,
recognized.
Mr. President.
That's right.
But first of all, seriously, I would like to commend our esteemed colleague once again, Senator Tulfo, for bringing to our attention something very practical at the same time so urgent. Salamat, Senator Tulfo. Alam ba ho nyo na dati ang Department of Health sa kanilang budget, kaya nandito yung Chairman ng Finance at Chairman ng Health dati, na merong either Bureau of Dental Health or Dental Health Program. Panahon pa yan ng ERAP administration, siguro Estrada administration, siguro ako lang yata ang nandito sa Senado noong 1998. Meron ba akong kasamahan na nandito? So, pinapa-research ko ngayon. Okay, grade school pa raw si Chairman ng Finance, Senator Angara, pero maski grade 2 ka nun, Chairman ka ngayon ng Finance. Maari kaya natin malaman kung ano yung programa, or LBRMO can help us, programa ng gobyerno na ziniro ang budget or inabolish yung program. Because I know, because my dentist, my longtime dentist, who is a gum specialist, Dr. Rani Reyes, sasabihin ko, sabi niya, matagal nang linalobby niya na ibalik please yung sa DOH budget para sa dental, sa oral care. Kaya tama-tama po yung inyong binanggit yan. Ang tagal na sanang gusto kong banggitin, pero thank you for bringing it to our attention because we should bring back whatever program or bureau that was maybe inadvertently abolished or zinero budget or very small budget. Because really, hindi dapat puro private lang. Paano na yung nasa barangay na malayo? Paano na sa bundok? Pupunta pa sa poblasyon? Ilan ba, itignan natin, ilan ba ang publicly accessible dentist? Ilan yung sa pribadong sektor? Magkano kada service? Iba pa sa ngipin, iba pa sa gums. Tama po kayo, apektado sa ngipin ang puso. Apektado rin ang utak, apektado ang psychological and mental health, and of course, personality development. So, I thank you for bringing this to our attention, but we must see, I hope somebody can answer me now. Perhaps Senator Angara or the LBRMO or the staff can look at the budget that was deleted, taken away, either by Congress, the Senate, or by government, the executive, by ignoring the importance of dental health. There was, I am certain, it was in 1990s where there used to be a program and eventually taken out with zero budget or a very small budget. But I join you, and at the proper time, we will reinstate the dental health budget under the Committee on Health with the permission of the Chair of the Finance Committee and the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee handling the health budget, that's Senator Pia, who are sitting right here. I'm sure they agree. And it's not enough that we do medical missions, dental health, once in their lifetime. Ang nakakaawa mga tao nga sa probinsya, maski sa syudad, hindi lang to pang probinsya, Senator Tulfo, hanggang sa mga syudad, Metro Manila, pumunta ka sa barangay, parang pinakahuling prioridad ang ngipin or dental health ng mga tao dahil may ibang mga prioridad sila sa buhay para bigyan ng pagkain sa bawat hapagkainan. So nagiging last priority ang ngipin na hindi nila alam nakakaapekto ng mula ulo hanggang talampakan. Kaya ako po'y suportado ninyo dyan, suportado ko po kayo at lalagyan natin ang public access for dental health, for oral health care. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore. By the way, aptly supported by somebody, ladies and gentlemen, who is a close-up commercial model. May close-up ad yan. Close-up ad.
Bakal pa raw yung tube.
YouTube, hindi bakal nun. Hindi naman.
I would move to strike that off the record.
No, but you should be
That the
proud that
tube-
you're a
that the
close...
tube-
that the tube was
yes,
bakal.
I do
Yes,
not
yes.
deny that I was a close-up model in 1975. You can Google it. That was my first job at third-year high school. I had to ask permission from the nuns of Assumption, and I earned my first, not embarrassed, 900 pesos at 15 years old. That's why it's been my long time advocacy, if I may join you, Senator Tulfo, dahil po talagang masyado ako maingat sa ngipin, maski po sungki ang isang ngipin. Dahil nag-endorse po ako, kauna-unahang kong trabaho, commercial model sa close-up. Napakaswerte naman nila.
Kailan po yan,
pinag-uusapan.
Senator Lauren? Kailan po yan?
Oh, I'm
1970?
amused by the amusement of the sitting of
I
the
was
Senate
born earlier,
President.
Mr. President.
No, because
Yes.
I was also a bit of trivia. I was also a close-up model
See?
in 1990.
I was way ahead of you, Mr. President. That was 1975, earning 900 pesos. My talent agency was J. Walter Thompson Advertising Agency. I'm not sure if
There
my
are-
talent casters are still alive, but the model is still alive. Kaya, hindi ko alam kung buhay pa yung close-up, hingi tayong sponsor, gawa tayong mga mag-joint dental mission tayo. Tama? Senator Tulfo? No,
There
maganda
are so
talaga yung
many
advocacy niya.
questions here, Mr. President. How many pounds ago?
Payat
you
pa
were-
rin siya na yun.
No, we're asking you, Mr. President.
Me?
We were asking you, yes,
No,
Mr. President.
many about 30 pounds ago.
Payat pa rin naman si SP.
30 pounds ago. For me,
VP,
30
Mr.
pounds ago.
President. Yeah.
I was with Cheska Diaz, anak ni Paquito Diaz.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Bit of trivia.
Moving forward, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, Mr.
She
President.
doesn't want to move forward.
Yeah, I don't want to move forward because the chairman of the Committee on Finance, while he already assured me of adding to the budget of DOH for dental health, no, but levity aside. But we wanted to know the 1990 history of the Senate President. It's not in the records of the Senate. Yeah. I know that there was an actress, I don't know, associated with him who was his not running mate, his...
1990, wala. I was 21 years
Oh,
old
I'm
in
sorry.
1990.
So I'm misinformed by...
Yes.
I tried strike that off the record. I'm so sorry. It
By
was-
Senator Binay or?
Senator Angara is being
Senator Angara.
is being silly. I'm sorry. I strike that
Senator
off the
Angara is a
record.
very
I am
naughty-
sorry. I want
naughty
to be
senator.
serious always in my discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano. And then I think also Senator Villar would like to ask a
You want to go
question.
ahead about this or different topic? No, okay. Mr. President, I'll respond to, I have a response to the query of the Senate President Pro Temp. So it is not that there is no budget for dental health. The 2024 GAA does have a 211 million budget for oral health. but it is now found under family health, immunization, nutrition, and responsible parenthood. I can tell you for certain that over the last few years, they really consolidated a lot of different areas under family health. So nandyan. Pero ang pwede natin idagdag pa sa discussion is kung sapat ba yung budget na yon, di ba? Pero nandoon. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Cayetano. Yes, Senator Villar, would you like to?
No,
May,
it's a different topic, Mr.
may
President.
I respond to
It's been,
Senator Pia Cayetano?
Yes, please proceed,
Yes.
Madam.
Thank you for that information. That's quick. So it was a oral or dental health program put under family health in the GAA 2024, but 200 million for family health for 110 million Filipinos. Obviously, that is not
No,
enough.
the 211 is the oral health.
For
It is,
oral
that's
health.
just oral health.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's under the heading of family health, immunization, nutrition, and responsible parenthood. So it
And-
doesn't have to be shared with the other
I see.
items.
Okay.
It's just oral health. So maybe what can be dissected in the hearing that the privileged speech of our colleague will be referred to is that sufficient? And hanggang saan ang...
And where does it go? How is it utilized?
Yeah, is it through the LGUs? Is it through the hospitals? That I'm not prepared to answer right now,
Yes,
Mr. President.
but thank you for that information. So just to clarify, there is an oral health or dental health program under family health, and it's funded 200 million. Let us see if it's sufficient and how are they utilizing it, if it's utilized at all, maybe not even. And can anyone with a toothache go to the nearest dentist, and are the dentists readily available with the proper equipment and medicines? But thank you for that information, Senator Cayetano.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
ladies-
Mr. President.
ladies.
Moving on, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2558 under Committee Report number 193. This is the bill on livestock, poultry, and dairy LPD Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, to propose her amendments.
There being no objection, we recognize our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Committee of Agriculture, Senator Villar, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Majority Floor Leader. Number one amendment on page 3, line 6 to line 7. Delete the phrase "and rabbits" and replace with the phrase "rabbits and beehive farming." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 10, line 16, delete the phrase "dairy production, processing, and." So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 11, lines 13, 19, and 22, delete the word "dairy" subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 18, after line 23, insert a new subparagraph H, which reads, H, the Philippine Carabao Center Executive Director as member, and relater the succeeding enumeration accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 23, line 7, delete 6 and replace with 10. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 23, line 14, change 0106 period 13 period 00 to 0106 period 14 period 00. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 23, line 30, change 04 period 10 period 00 period 90 to 0410 period 90 period 90 semicolon. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 25, line 19, delete 6, parenthesis 6, and replace it with 10, parenthesis 10. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 27, lines 20 to 21, delete the phrase 5% and replace it with 10%, which shall now read 10% dash 10%, open parenthesis 10%, close parenthesis, for BAI dash LPD PDCS, comma, and delete the succeeding phrase 5% dash, open parenthesis 5%, close parenthesis, for BAI AHWD, semicolon.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 28, line 26, change 1.5% to 3.0%, and after the comma, add the phrase of which 5% goes to, and on line 27, delete the 1.5%. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 29, line 23 to 24, delete the phrase BAI-Livestock Research and Development Division and replace it with BAI-Research and Marketing Service. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 30, line 19, delete the phrase and sixth, open parenthesis, sixth, close parenthesis, and replace it with comma, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, 6 inches and 9, 6th and 9, I'm sorry, 6th and 9th, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 30, line 24, delete 6th and replace with the 10th. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was not able to, and I didn't want to interpolate because I fully support this measure. Is there any part of this, is a very thick bill, in any of these provisions here, do we have a provision for stock farm? The promotion of stock farm? Kasi ang nangyayari, Madam Sponsor, is I'm also in the livestock industry, particularly yung baka, and meron ba tayong improvement of the gene pool? Dati kasi may mga stock farms. We used to have a stock farm in Malaybalay, stock farm in Lipa, and improvement.
I wish to inform you that in our previous budget, we provided for stock farm, but in this bill also, we are providing for multiplier farms.
Multiplier farms. So that's basically similar to like a stock farm.
Yes.
So that we can also improve
For
the...
repopulation.
Opo. Kasi katulad ko, gusto kong bumili ng hybrid sheep, na short-haired sheep. Sana yung DA, they can provide us the farms that we can buy it from.
Yeah.
Para genetically improving the stock. Okay, thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
may I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Yes, Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. President, we want to make an additional one amendment on page 30, delete lines 30 and 31 on page 31. I so move, Mr. President. It's page 31, lines 30 and 31. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved.
Ano yung binaba mo daw?
May I ask for minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for me.
We recognize our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished minority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise our sponsor that I would entertain the possibility of proposing amendments to the bill. But when I heard the amendments made by the sponsor, like changing the percentages, and some percentages were almost doubled. So I think if we could ask for a clean copy, Mr. President, so we can go over first what would be the total effect of the amendments made by the sponsor.
Yes. The sponsor is approaching. Session suspended for a minute. Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, 2558 is suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 173. This is the bill providing new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and the uniformed personnel. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. With consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, and to interpellate the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, is recognized to sponsor the measure, and Senator Gatchalian is recognized to...
Mr. President, can you give us a 1 minute recess?
Oh yes, session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, will the good gentleman from San Juan yield to a few basic questions, Mr. President, just to enrich the records?
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I understand that the rationale of this proposal is to come up with a professionalized and sustainable pension system for our military as well as uniformed personnel. And the argument of the DOF is becoming fiscally unsustainable in terms of budget and in terms of economic well-being. So, knowing that premise, Mr. President, would like to ask the good gentleman from San Juan, how much are we allocating per year for MUP pension in the GAA? How much is the allocation every year in the GAA to completely fund the MUP?
Mr. President, for 2024, we have appropriated 140,679,000,000, Mr. President. And that is for the pension for the military uniformed personnel, which amounts to 129.82 billion, and the pension for veterans, which amounts to 10.86 billion, for a total of 140.679 billion pesos, Mr. President.
And this is just for pension, Mr. President. No other benefits carry with these appropriations.
You are correct, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the 140 billion, if you compare it to the national budget, how much in terms of percentage compared to our national budget, Mr. President?
Mr. President, let me first compute, Mr. President. Magkano ba ang daan natin? Ilang trillion?
How much is that? Is the budget? How much is that in budget? Yung, saan yun? Nabasa ko dito. Ah, yes.
Ito po yung total budget ng national government. Ito po yung total budget.
Magkano ito? Billion to? So,
Billion.
5.7.
5.7 trillion.
Trillion.
Apo.
So, 9.48%.
Nasa 9%.
Yung 142
Apo.
billion. 9.48.
Ay, sorry. 3%, 2.40.
2.48%. Mr. President, our national budget amounts to 5.7 trillion pesos. No? And in terms of the percentage of the pension, it is only 2.48%, Mr. President.
2.48%. Thank you, Mr. President. And I understand, Mr. President, that the MUP pension in the GAA is lodged under the budget of the Department of National Defense. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
And how much is the MUP pension compared to the budget of the Department of National Defense, Mr. President?
Let me just look into my data, Mr. President.
Defense, sa buong
Magkano budget ng DND? DND. Hindi ako umawak ng budget ng DND. Ah. Magkano budget DND? Wala. 140? Ha? 230 billion.
Sa PGF po. Special Purpose Fund po.
So hindi kasama yan
Hindi
dyan?
po kasama.
The total budget of the Department of National Defense is approximately 238 billion, Mr. President. And the 142 million that is earmarked for the pension is lodged under the pension and gratuity fund, Mr. President.
Under the D&D, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
So approximately, it's half of D&D's budget. Is that
Precisely, Mr.
is that accurate, Mr. President?
Well, it is the pension and gratuity fund is a separate item under the General Appropriations Act, Mr. President.
Okay. But Mr. President, if my understanding is correct, the management of that current MUP under the GAA falls under the ambit of the D&D, Mr. President.
Yes.
Is that a correct statement? They have full control on the management of the pension.
Mr. President, the answer to your
DND.
question is that each agency, Mr. President, handles the administration of the MUP pension, Mr. President.
Tama. Now, we were just talking about some technicalities, Mr. President. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response of the good gentleman from San Juan.
Mr. President, each agency handles the administration of the MUP pension, Mr. President.
Okay. So, Mr. President, so each agency, for example, the PNP will handle their own
Yes.
their own pension payments. AFP will handle their own pension payments.
Yes,
So that's how the system works right now.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, but I understand that the MUP falls within the sectoral allocation for defense. Is that the arrangement right now? It's still a separate account.
Not necessarily, Mr. President.
So it doesn't
Not
fall the
necessarily,
sector.
Mr.
Okay.
President.
All right, Mr. President. I just want to get that clear. Well, Mr. President, I'll go to a related question. How much is the total total liability of the pension right now, Mr. President? Because at the end of the day, this will be paid to the MUP personnel. And the related question is, how many are we looking to, how many personnel, both military and uniform, are we paying the pension to?
Mr. President, without any reform, the Government Service Insurance System, or the GSIS, estimates that the unfunded liabilities of the MUP pension system can be from 4.5 trillion to 14.32 million, depending on the amount of salary increases, Mr. President.
So in other words, depending on the salary, depending on the increase in salary.
Yes, this can further increase, Mr. President.
So the high is, let's say,
The highest is,
let's take the most conservative.
14.32.
The highest is 14 trillion.
Yes, 14 trillion. You're correct. If
Saan yan?
that is, according to our officers here, that is for a maximum of 10% increase, Mr. President.
Okay. So the maximum, in other words, if we will increase salaries by 10%, the maximum that government will pay
Is
in terms of
14.32.
pension is 14.14 trillion.
Yes, 14.32 trillion, you are correct, Mr.
14.32
President.
trillion. And that's to how many personnel are we
How many personnel?
going to disburse that to? Yeah, okay.
We have a total of 441,012, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I would like to ask good gentleman from, based on his analysis and also from the analysis of the experts, what is the effect of this GAA allocation for pension payments to our overall fiscal well-being? And what is the rationale for the DOF and the proponents themselves mentioning that this can be unsustainable in the future, fiscally unsustainable in the future? What is the premise of that, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the existing military and uniformed personnel separation, retirement, and pension system has long been a source of fiscal strain and subject of reform proposals, Mr. President. Unlike employees whose retirement and pension benefits come from GSIS and or SSS contributions, MUP benefits are funded directly under the General Appropriations Act or the GAA. Hence, benefits for MUP retirees have a direct impact on the national budget and the overall fiscal position of the national government, Mr. President. And there is also the indexation policy, which pegs retired MUP's pension to the salary received by their counterparts in active service. This means that the pension received by retired MUPs increase whenever the base pay of their active counterparts increase. Moreover, the MUPs retire with the pay grade of the next higher position, Mr. President. And according to the economic team, given that the current MUP pension system is fully funded by our national government, the accumulating pension liabilities may increase public debt by as much as 25% by the year 2030.
So in other words, Mr. President, I get from the good sponsor that because this is purely funded by the GAA and we're operating under a fiscal deficit scenario right now, any funding that goes to this, in effect, maybe directly or indirectly, government has to borrow. No? And the bigger the liability, the pension liabilities, the bigger the borrowing is. That's in simple terms, Mr. President. Is that a correct
Well,
statement?
that is safe to say, Mr. President, because if we fund the pension of the MUPs, definitely our debt will increase and increase.
And Mr. President, you also mentioned that the total pension liability is about 14 trillion. If we compare that to our national economy, meaning our GDP, how much is that in terms of percentage? Knowing that our economy is we're not a big economy or a developing nation. So how much is the liability compared to our total output? Obviously, in a perfect setting, our output can cover the liability because that's the revenue.
The liabilities is 53% of the 2024.
According to our resource persons here present, the liability will be at least 53% from of our projected GDP, Mr.
So,
President.
so half of our half of our economy is equivalent to the liability that we need to pay for our pension. That is the computation, Mr. President.
Well, however, Mr. President, the 14.32 trillion that I cited presupposes a 10% increase in both the salary and pension of all MUPs, Mr. President.
So meaning, President, going back to that 50%, is that correct? 50%?
53.
53%.
53%. Ano ito?
0% salary hike, sir.
Salary.
Kasi sir, you mentioned 10%.
Alright.
But if there's no salary, it's only 1.8 billion, sir.
If there is no salary increase, Mr. President, the liability is 1.84 trillion. If there is an increase of 3% in salary, the liability will increase definitely 2.84 trillion. If there is a 7.63 increase in the salary, the total liability is 7.16 trillion. And if you increase it to 10%, Mr. President, that will amount to 14 trillion in liability, Mr. President.
And that's equivalent to half, 53% of our national economy, Mr. President.
You're correct, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, what is the average salary increase over the last 10 years? More or less.
Around 7.63%, Mr. President.
About 7.63. So, Mr. President, looking at the figures, we're talking about 53% of our economy. The pension liability is equivalent to 53% of our economy, and almost 2.4% of our budget goes to pension payments. Again, what is the effect long term in terms of our fiscal? Where do you see the red alert sign in terms of our fiscal well-being? And understand that the liability, that the borrowings is also the funding through GA is also putting pressure in terms of borrowing. But is there a red line, so to speak, to say that we're already reaching a adverse fiscal situation, Mr. President?
Mr. President, just to give you a brief illustration, Mr. President, the total MUP pension appropriations for this year alone is almost equivalent to this year's appropriation for the personal services of the Armed Forces of the Philippines at 136.239 billion, and bigger than the total appropriations for the maintenance and other operating expenses, or the MOOE, and capital outlay for all 7 MUP agencies, the AFP, PNP, PCG, Coast Guard, Jail, Fire, Bucor, and NAMRIA combined, which is 127.59 billion. And over the past 5 years, Mr. President, if I may, the MOOE and the capital outlay for MUP grew around 9% annually, while pension liabilities grew more than double the rate at 9% every year, Mr. President. That is why if we do not start now, I don't think we will survive for the next half a century, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, I understand that the pension is growing faster than what our military and uniformed personnel actually need in terms of salaries, capital outlay, and other expenditures, Mr. President. So we're paying, in other words, budget that should be going to modernization, should be going to buying equipment, is now being channeled to pension payments,
Yes,
Mr. President.
kinakain po ng pension yung pera natin sa national government. Instead of allotting it to our modernization program, etc., nakakain po ng binabayad po ng national government itong ating mga pensioners.
Thank you, Mr. President, for explaining to this representation the rationale on why do we need to reform our MUP pension system and how it affects the fiscal well-being of our country, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll go into some of the details of the bill, no? Fully understanding the rationale. One of the things that I saw, one of the features that I saw in the bill is creation of trust funds, Mr. President. And in section 13, creating of the AFP Trust Fund, there are sources of funding. Number one, all residual assets and funds of the AFP retirement separation benefits, sale of military reservation, lease of joint development of military reservation, income derived from PPPs, non-strategic retail assets of the DND or AFP, and others, Mr. President. I would like to ask the good sponsor if they have estimates of the value of these assets, Mr. President.
The assets only of the armed forces of the
Only of
Philippines.
the armed forces.
Because
Only
the other MUP agencies does not
only
have
to
any
cover the
assets.
AFP Trust Fund. An estimate. I know that we need professionals to undertake detailed valuation of those assets. Just an estimates on how much these assets are worth at this time, Mr. President.
I think they are keeping it as a secret, Mr. President.
Because, Mr. President, that will also dictate if this fund will survive or not, Mr. President. If we will still request from the GAA to fund it, Mr. President. That's a ballpark figure, Mr. President. Doesn't have to be a detailed valuation of each asset, Mr. President.
Okay. The status of the Armed Forces of the Philippines real estate. This has to be validated, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I understand.
As far as the Philippine Army is concerned, they have 146 camps. And ilan hectares to? Wala. Ilan hectares? Wala. Ito?
Yung cost.
Okay, Mr. President, if I may, I will just I will not mention the number of camps na lang.
Yes, Mr. President. Yeah,
The
can just
approximate
keep
zonal
it,
value is approximately 2.7 trillion pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to be enlightened, Mr. President.
If I may
Yes,
add,
yes,
Mr.
go ahead,
President.
Mr. President.
Plus the assets of the AFP-RSBS alone is estimated to have a book value of around 10.3 billion.
10.3 billion.
Billion, yes.
So we're talking about maybe a value around the vicinity of
2 point,
maybe 3 trillion.
less
Mr.
than
President.
3.
Less than 3 trillion, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, the remaining cash flow will come from the pensioners themselves, no, Mr. President, and also from national government, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, looking at those assets and looking at the direction to that government will eventually monetize those assets through sale. Is that the right description, Mr. President? That there'll be sale of assets in the future? Because it's written here, sale of military reservations as may be authorized by Congress. Sale of government properties such as sale of government properties, etc., Mr. President. So government is looking to sell government land, of course, with the authorization of Congress.
Mr. President, under Section 19 of the bill, the AFP Trust Fund Committee shall prioritize the disposition modes that may generate income from these assets without undertaking the sale thereof. The AFP Trust Fund Committee may recommend to the President the sale of an asset when there is a notice from the GSIS of an unfunded liability and the AFP Trust Fund is no longer sustainable. And the AFP Trust Fund Committee shall publish any disposition of assets in a newspaper of general circulation. That is already included in Section 19 of this bill.
So the first option, Mr. President, is find a modality wherein sale will not be the
Sale is the last priority.
last priority.
Mr.
Other
President.
modality, for example, a long-term lease of some form, Mr. President, is that correct?
That is a probability, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to get a ballpark figure of the sale of the assets, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the powers, no, I saw in the powers of the committee for both. Let me just look at the. Not the powers, but in the contribution, Mr. President. And this feature is present for both uniform and military. There's a proviso there that there's 17, there's a sharing, no? There's a sharing, 7% for military and then 14% for national government. For uniform personnel, 9%, and then for national government, 14%. But there's an adjustment proviso, Mr. President.
No, sa 9% contribution ng the other MUPs, 12% lang po ang share ng
12%.
national government.
Stand corrected, Mr. President. But in both provision, there's a proviso that the aforementioned rates may be adjusted by the DBCC in consultation with the AFP Trust Fund Committee on account of adverse fiscal or economic conditions or fiscal constraint of the national government. This was raised yesterday by Senator Bongo. So I take it, Mr. President, if things are not economically favorable, the pension contribution of the MUP personnel can go up and government can go down.
Well,
That's my understanding,
again, that is
Mr.
also
President.
a probability, Mr. President.
But, Mr. President, if economic conditions become better, will the other way around happen?
Pwede. Yes, Mr. President, definitely.
So, Mr. President, at the proper time, we'll introduce some amendments with
You're
your
most
permission,
welcome,
Mr. President. Because
Mr. President.
reading from this proviso, the MUP personnel will share the pain but not share the gain, Mr. President. So, I think it's just fair that if economic conditions become favorable, for example, we grew at 8%, then I think they should also, maybe there's some form of reduction in their contribution, Mr. President. And, Mr. President, this was also asked yesterday, that there's a difference between military and uniform personnel. And I was listening to the response of the good sponsor. The reason is because the assets of the military side is much bigger, Mr. President. That's the
It is
reason.
only the AFP who has assets. The other MUP agencies does not have any single asset.
But my thoughts on that, Mr. President, these are assets of the Filipino people, Mr. President. So, in my opinion, the police force, the other uniformed personnel are also has also a share or a stake in those assets, Mr. President. Even though it's titled in a different agency, but as Filipinos, I think they have every right and every share in those assets, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I think, in my opinion, because there are also performing equally important responsibilities, equally life-threatening responsibilities, I think they should also be entitled to a equitable share, Mr. President. So meaning if we can put an equal sharing between the military personnel and the uniformed personnel, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Because I think responsibility-wise, there's no doubt it's the same risk and the same sacrifice. The only difference is assets, Mr. President. But I think the assets are owned by the states. It's only named after a different agency, Mr. President.
yes, Mr. President, you're totally correct. But during the consultations that we made, I think the armed forces of the Philippines is really firm on their stance, Mr. President, that only their assets, meaning the AFP assets, should only accrue to the benefit of the military, and there shall be no mingling of funds or commingling of funds with the other MUP agencies, Mr. President.
Yeah, but Mr. President, in the performance of the maintenance of peace and
Yes,
order,
I understand.
the
Especially
policemen
the
also-
Philippine National Police, of course.
correct. They also guard and protect those assets, especially in the metropolitan area, Mr. President. So
And-
just my humble suggestion is to, in the spirit of fairness,
Yes, Mr.
and
President.
equity and equality, Mr. President.
I understand.
I think it's a better message to put them on the same plane, Mr. President, other than the reason of one is having more assets and the other one doesn't have assets, Mr.
Yes.
President.
I understand, Mr. President, where you're coming from. But if I may just echo the position of our Defense Secretary, AFP performs a sui generis mandate emanating from the 1987 Constitution to secure the sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines and the integrity of our national territory. And he also pointed out that that the military personnel receive no additional financial support from local government units, unlike some of the other services, which I pointed out
Yes, I heard the
last night.
response, yeah.
Of course, you being a local chief executive before, I think you're also giving support to your own Philippine National Police. In the same way that while the Senate is under the government of the Republic of the Philippines, the property of the Senate is not the property of the House, Mr. President.
I can understand, Mr. President, and I may stop, Mr. President, because in Valenzuela we also extend a lot of support to our local law enforcement agencies, Mr. President. But nevertheless, from a macro point of view, Mr. President, I think it's a good message to our MUP, regardless which branch, that they will be accorded equally, because their task and their responsibilities are valuable to the well-being of our nation. And I think it's important that that message comes across through their contributions to our system, Mr. President. So something to think about, Mr. President. I know where the good gentleman from San Juan is coming from, being a very effective and popular local chief executive, Mr. President. But Mr. President, I've already exhausted my questions, and I would like to thank the good gentleman from San Juan for pushing and sponsoring this measure, and also taking into account our proposal. This presentation also passed a version of this bill wherein it will only affect the new entrants. I think this debate was, if I'm not mistaken, has been for a very long time, I think more than 20 years, because we cannot decide whether incumbent or new entrants. And that debate went on for decades. But I thank the good gentleman for making that decision that it should only be the new entrants.
Yes.
Because it's cleaner, it's fairer, and it less disruption to our current system, Mr. President. So thank you very much for that.
Mr. President. And
Maraming
we take
salamat.
note of the sentiments of the good gentleman from Valenzuela, and we will welcome all his amendments, Mr. President, if any, that will be proposed by our dear colleague, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2501. So move, Mr. President.
There no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 253 on House Bill number 9128, Committee Report number 254 on House Bill number 9295, Committee Report number 255 on House Bill number 9296, Committee Report number 256 on House Bill number 9297, Committee Report number 257 on House Bill number 9298, and Committee Report number 258 on House Bill number 9299. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider the aforementioned House bills.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of that.
House number 9128, Balong-Balong National High School in Zamboanga del Sur. House number 9295, Denrica National High School in Garchitorena, Camarines Sur. House Bill number 9296, Ipacong National High School, Zamboanga del Norte. House number 9297, Mangop National High School, Zamboanga del Norte. House number 9298, Josepe Bilriantes Elementary School, Siocon, Zamboanga del Norte. House Bill number 9299, Hatib Asamuddin Elementary School, Siocon, Zamboanga del Norte.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, Chairperson, the Senate Committee on Basic Education, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to sponsor the measures.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. I rise today to sponsor 6 local bills that aim to separate extension or annex schools to become independent schools. These are House Bills number 9128, 9295, 9296, 9297, 9298, and 9299. The extension or annex schools that we seek to separate from their model schools under these proposed measures are the following: Paulino Dari National High School, Balong-Balong Extension in Barangay Balong-Balong, Municipality of Pitogo, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, Binagasbasan National High School, Denrica High School Annex in Barangay Denrica, Municipality of Garchitorena, Province of Camarines Sur, Bacungan National High School, Sipakong Extension in Barangay Sipakong, Municipality of Leon B. Postigo, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, Bacungan National High School, Mangop Extension in Barangay Mangop, Municipality of Leon B. Postigo, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, Siocon Central School, J.P. Brillanes Extension in Barangay Jose B. Brillanes Senior, Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, and Bukana Elementary School, Hatib Asamudin Extension in Barangay Bukana, Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte. Once separated from their mother schools, the annex or extension schools will be known respectively as Balong-Balong National High School, Denrica National High School, Sipakong National High School, Mangop National High School, Jose P. Brillantes Elementary School, and Hatib Asamudin Elementary School. Ginoong Pangulo, isipin natin ang mga kabataang nagsusumikap upang may pagpatuloy ang kanilang pag-aaral. Bigyang pansin natin ang kapakanan ng mga mag-aaral na kinakailangan maglakad ng ilang kilometro upang makapasok sa pinakamalapit na paaralan. Ang ilan sa kanila ay mga anak ng mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ating mga katutubo. Bit-bit ang pangarap na hindi lamang para sa kanilang sariling kinabukasan, kundi maging sa kinauunlad ng kanilang mga pamilya at komunidad. Given this context, separating this extension or annex schools from their mother schools would greatly help to ensure that the growing needs of these schools in terms of funding, management, and operation would be met. It will also ensure that the best education possible is provided to our learners. By enacting these measures, these extension or annex schools will be able to manage their own maintenance and operating expenses and establish their own personal services itemization, as well as plantilla of personnel. Therefore, the management of the main school will be decentralized, congestion will be avoided, and sustainability in surrounding communities can be achieved. Mr. President, the Department of Education has already certified that these 6 local measures comply with DepEd Order 40 Series of 2014, which is entitled Establishment, Merging, Conversion, and Naming-Renaming of Schools and Separation of Public School Annexes in Basic Education. By swiftly passing these bills, we ensure that they receive a quality education closer to home. This investment will not only benefit these communities today, but empower them for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Senator
President, to allow our colleagues to study further the measures, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bill. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213. This is the bill on the Enterprise-Based Education and Training or IBET Framework Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion approved.
The parliamentary status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor of the measure, this representation, and to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel, our minority leader. So move.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, first of all, let me congratulate our sponsor, our majority leader, for introducing this bill which seeks to institutionalize an enterprise-based education and training framework, Mr. President. And as has been explained to me by my staff, this concept, EBET, no, EBET, is closely intertwined with apprenticeship. Okay, but it's not exactly apprenticeship. So can we, Mr. President, if we can be clarified, what is EBET when compared to or contrasted with apprenticeship, Mr. President?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We will do our best in answering the questions that will be raised by our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. That's a very good question, Mr. President, because as we are all very much aware that the National Apprenticeship Program Act is also being tackled on the same here in the same floor, Mr. President. But when you look at the enterprise-based education and training, that is the bigger portion of the entire EBET program, Mr. President. That includes the apprenticeship program. It also includes the dual training system, which was patterned in Germany, Mr. President, where we have about 95 to 100% of our trainees being hired and landing jobs, Mr. President. You also have not just apprenticeship and DTS, you also have the in-company training program, which the company themselves are somehow executing or implementing, and these are for their current employees in order to improve their efficiency as an employee. You also have learnership, Mr. President, which has a maximum of 3 months program, Mr. President. And so, if you look at the different initiatives being conducted, Mr. President, by the companies, by TVET institutions, Mr. President, that would be part of enterprise-based and training. But the coverage, Mr. President, of all these IBET programs will exclude training programs administered by the CHED or the Commission on Higher Education dahil ano na po yan, no? Yung mga diploma or degree courses, yung pong pinapatupad ng DepEd, hindi po sakop nito. Yung pong pinapatupad ng DOLE, for instance, yung pong tupad, yung pong GIP, may sarili po sila na mandato, may sarili din silang batas. Now, Mr. President, I think it is important to answer the question, the difference between the apprenticeship program and IBET Framework Act. Yung coverage po ng IBET Framework Act ay lahat po ng enterprise-based programs at nabanggit nga po natin, dual training system, apprenticeship, learnership, etc. Except administered nga po ng CHED, DepEd, DOLE, at po yung mga regulated professions. Yung pong mga inaano po ng PRC, no? Excluded po yan. Ang apprenticeship po ay nasa apprenticeship only. Ang common entry requirements sa apprenticeship, at least 15 years of age, pass the aptitude test, have the ability to comprehend and follow instructions, submit a fit-to-work certificate. Sa common entry requirements naman po ng enterprise-based and education training, ang new entrant to the labor force or an employed worker to acquire new skills, no? Pwede siyang employed na, pwede rin na hindi pa employed. At least 15 years of age and possess the appropriate aptitude and capacity to understand instructions. Ngayon, pagdating naman po dun sa program registration, mas malawak po yung sakop ng IBET. Kasi based on existing enterprise-based education training modality, an enterprise may design a program according to its specific needs and capacity. So, customized po siya sa pangangailangan ng mga industriya. While the enterprise may apply for the registration of an apprenticeship program for a qualification, yung cluster of units of competencies po or endorse a new apprenticeship occupation, hindi pwedeng lumagpas din ng 3 years. Yun naman ho yung kapareho noong tinatawag na enterprise-based education and training. I can go on and on, Mr. President, but I think one good point that we would like to emphasize is that doon po sa apprenticeship program, ang allowed to deduct from their taxable income, 50% po of the labor training expenses incurred. Pero dito po sa enterprise-based education training, additional deduction equivalent to 75% of the training expenses incurred. So, ulitin po natin, sa IBET, pwede kang hindi empleyado, ikaw ay bago pa lamang napapasok sa workforce, given preference in the hiring after education, exempted from probationary employment if employed, pero po doon sa apprenticeship, exempted lang po from probationary employment if employed.
Mr. President, si apprenticeship is an IBET program.
Yes, Mr. President. Part of IBET program. Ang IBET po ang mas malawak kasi po yung apprenticeship, limitado lang po siya. Hindi po siya po pwede doon sa tinatawag na dual training system. Iba rin po yung tinatawag na learnership. Iba rin po yung tinatawag na in-company training na kung saan yung kumpanya ay nagsasanay para mag-improve yung kaalaman at kasanayan ng kanilang empleyado na. Ibig sabihin, hired na po sila. So wala na silang allowances na ibinibigay, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. Our sponsor has been repeatedly mentioning at least 4 kinds of hindi naman ito employee relationship, 4 kinds of programs which are IBET. Okay. Ulitin ko yung repeatedly mentioned: apprenticeship, learnership, in-company training, and dual training system. Are there others, Mr. President?
Gusto natin, Mr. President, na limitahan dito lamang sa 4 na ito sapagkat gusto rin natin limitahan na hindi dapat niya lumagpas po doon sa panukalang batas na ating isinusulong, doon po sa mga nire-regulate ng PRC, doon po sa mga courses na pinapatupad at under the Commission on Higher Education, maging din po doon sa programa ng DOLE na kagaya ng internship, kagaya po ng tupad, etc. dahil may sarili po silang batas.
Opo.
But the company, Mr. President, let me point out, the company will be given the freedom to choose kung ano yung po pwede nilang gawin para nang sa ganoon ma-engage po sila. Kasi po, Ginoong Pangulo, Mr. President, Minority Leader, Senator Coco, nakakalungkot po isipin dahil if you look at the data right now of the enterprise-based and education training program, napaka-successful po when it comes to creating jobs, ensuring that our workforce are ready doon sa mga jobs available. Pero ang problema, hindi po natin ito na ma-maximize ng gusto. In fact, yung mga kumpanya nga po na gusto nating i-engage dito, nagugulat sila na meron palang ganito, meron palang mga tax benefits, etc. And then, there were also instances, and I can say this with confidence, nandito yung chairman natin ng EDCOM 2, narinig po namin mismong mga enterprises Sabi nila, paano kaming mag-i-engage dyan? Mismong BIR nga, hindi alam ito at hindi alam i-compute yung taxable holidays na po pwede naming i-enjoy o benepisyo na po pwede naming i-enjoy with regard to enterprise-based training programs.
Hindi po ba ang main benefit nito is the company can claim as a deduction from taxable income 75% of the training expenses? Yun po yun?
Yes,
as
Mr.
I heard from this
Tama
one.
po kayo, Mr. President.
Hindi
Opo.
ba this is already an old concept? BIR should know what to do, Mr.
Ang
President.
current po, Mr. President, ay only 50%. And
Yes,
unfortunately,
but that's only a matter of computation.
Yes, Mr. President.
50% of what? 75% of what? But is the problem with the
taxable income, Mr. President.
Is the problem with the what? What constitutes the training expenses?
Mr. President, the problem is the processes of BIR, Mr. President. And we have come across into this very challenging issue in our meetings in the EDCOM 2, Mr. President. Kaya kailangan talagang bisitahin gusto, pag-aralang gusto, i-clarify natin kung ano ba talaga yung po pwedeng matanggap at maging beneficial para sa ating mga enterprises para magpasok po sila at mag-engage po sila sa ganitong gawain, Mr. President. That is the goal, Mr. President.
Does our bill
Yes.
include the details of how the BIR should compute
Yes, Mr.
the...
President. TESDA and BIR, I'm trying to, Section 12, Mr. President, of the measure, nandyan po na yung TESDA at BIR ay magko-coordinate with each other to have a streamlined process, Mr. President, so that they will be able to get clearly the incentives available for our enterprises.
Okay, so we are addressing the problem head on, Mr. President. If the problem is with the BIR, pag maging batas ito, the BIR will be guided on what to do.
Yes, Mr. President, that would be clear, Mr. President.
And what would be the other benefits, Mr. President, for the certified enterprise-based programs, training programs? Ano pa, aside from 75% of the training expenses, which can be claimed as deductions, ano pa pa?
Well, at first things first, Mr. President, you would have an available pool of workers, competent, trained workers that you will be able to use, Mr. President. For the workers, Mr. President, they would be getting 75% of the minimum wage requirement, Mr. President. But of course, Mr. President, if you are employed, you're getting already a full wage, Mr. President.
So which of the four EBET programs mentioned by our sponsor involves a person who is already employed?
In-company training, Mr. President.
Only one of the four?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so
Only
yun
one,
lang.
Mr. President.
So dun po. So all the rest, ito, the apprenticeship, learnership, and dual training system, the participants can expect to be paid, compensated
Yes.
at 75%,
75%, Mr. President. And you would...
of the applicable minimum wage.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, and it should not exceed more than 3 years, Mr. President. And that's been the world standards, Mr. President.
And in the meantime, ano mangyari dun sa Mr. President? Yung probation ba yun? Yung probationary status, is that involved in the EBET concept?
After training, Mr. President, they will be exempted from probationary employment, Mr. President.
The 6 months
So, yes, ma'am.
probationary.
Yes, sir.
Pero the EBET program can extend all the way to as long as 3 years.
Yes, Mr. President, depending on the program, Mr. President, because there are programs that are really complicated and this will be vetted by their application to register these programs with the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
So test na pala na ganun. Only TESDA, Mr. President?
Yes,
Only
Mr.
TESDA.
President, because Mr. President, most of the training programs will be covered by a training regulation, but it does not exempt, Mr. President, the enterprises to implement such a program, Mr. President.
Can I request for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Sure, Mr. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2587. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213 is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2514 under Committee Report number 187. This is the bill, the Philippine National Games Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of the said measure is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. And with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Christopher Bongo, to propose his individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Bongo is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 4, under section 3, after the word as, insert the words one-off, and after the word countries, delete the word premier, and on the word competition, add a letter S to reflect competitions. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 6, delete the word regular. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 7, delete the phrase or athletes with disabilities. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 9, after the word province, delete the phrase highly urbanized cities, HUCs, and independent component cities, ICCs, and replace it with in collaboration with municipalities under their jurisdiction and cities. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is approved.
Number 5, on the same page, lines 17 to 18, after the word countryside, delete the comma, and praise covering all provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is approved.
Amendments of Senator Pia Cayetano, number 6 on page 3, line 1, under section 4, after the word with, delete the phrase component cities, and on the line 2, after the word jurisdiction, delete the phrase HUCs and ICCs, and replace it with and cities. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Amendments of Senator Coco Pimentel, number 7, under page 3, lines 6 to 7, section 4, delete the words Filipinos by birth or whose parents are of Filipino ancestry or have been naturalized as Filipinos by law, and replace them with Filipino citizens. Under the same section, page 3, line 8, remove the words whose age must. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is approved.
Amendments of Senator Pia Cayetano, number 8, on the same page, delete lines 10 to 11. No athlete or para-athlete shall carry, represent, or promote any public or private organization, enterprise, or sponsor in the PNG. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Amendments of Senator Pia and Senator Coco Pimentel. Number 9, on the same page, line 10, insert the following. No athlete who participated in a local sports competition organized by a local sports council and subsequently represented the provincial or city sports delegation in the qualifying competitions of the PNG for a particular edition shall be permitted to transfer and represent another provincial or city sports delegation in the national championship competition of the PNG. The PNG shall take into consideration the activities and programs of the Palarong Pambansa and other local and international competitions to ensure that the welfare of the athletes is given paramount importance. provided that in case of overlapping competition schedules, the PSC, in coordination with concerned NSAs, shall issue guidelines on the prioritization of competitions, provided further that international competitions where the Philippines is represented shall be prioritized. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Amendments of Senator Pia Cayetano, number 10, on page 4, on item D, under section 7, insert the following. To determine the use of sports facilities, school buildings, and classrooms as may be necessary for the conduct of the PNG, provided that the PNG Coordinating Committee shall only be the DepEd classrooms if other facilities have been utilized, and re-letter the succeeding provisions accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is approved.
Amendments of Senator Pimentel, number 11, under page 7, lines 1, 7, 14, and 12, and 20, I'm sorry. Section 9, roles of government agencies and private associations. Replace all local sports councils with Physical Fitness and Sports and Development Council. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is approved.
Number 12, on page 7, line 18, under section 8, after the word federation, delete colon and the following proviso. Provided that the athlete is not under any sanction of a national sports association of an international federation, provided further that no athlete who participated in a local sports competition organized by a local sports council and subsequently represented the provincial or city sports delegation shall be permitted to transfer and represent another provincial or city sports delegation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Number 13, on page 7, line 27, after the phrase Philippine Olympic Committee, insert the phrase and the Philippine Paralympic Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 29, delete the phrase Philippine Paralympic Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our dear colleague, may I just introduce one amendment in section 11 in the IRR portion, Mr. President, on page 8, lines 16 and 17. Delete the phrase DILG, DepEd, CHED, POC, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase member agencies of the PNG Coordinating Committee. The rationale, Mr. President, is that this amendment will mandate the PSC to also coordinate with the Philippine Paralympic Committee, the League of Provinces of the Philippines, League of Cities of the Philippines, League of Municipalities of the Philippines, Liga ng mga Barangay, and Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations of the Philippines in the drafting of the IRR, all of which are part of the PNG Coordinating Committee. I submit to the wisdom of our distinguished sponsor.
The sponsor?
I accept the amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So accepted, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are no other individual amendments. I now move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2514. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2514 under Committee 187 is now approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate our distinguished colleague, distinguished sponsor of the measure. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2514.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2514 is hereby suspended. Congratulations to Senator Bongo.
Sir President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes of House Bill numbers 6579, 6580, 6581, 6582, 6583, 6584, 6585, 6586, 6587, 6588, 6589, 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8251, 8252, 8253, 8255, 8256, 8258, 8259, 8260, and the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8254 and Senate Bill number 2242. These are the bills on the creation of trial courts. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes, provisions of the aforementioned bills. Senator Francis Tolentino as chairperson for the majority, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Cynthia Villar, and for the minority, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, so designated.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 10, Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate, and upon the instruction of the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Services, Senator Grace Poe, I manifest for the record the creation of the following subcommittees. Subcommittee on the State of Philippine Airports under proposed Senate Resolution number 1020 with Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri as the subcommittee chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Manifestation is noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subcommittee on the privileged speech of Senator Robin Hood Padilla, delivered last May 7, 2024, on issues concerning the access of the Philippine Navy vessels to ports under the Philippine Ports Authority, with Senator Joseph Victor J.V. Ejercito as the subcommittee chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Manifestation is noted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, and upon the instruction of Senator Cynthia Villar and with the conformity of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, I move to transfer the primary committee referral of the following bills. Senate Bill number 1538, Graduation Legacy for the Environment Act of 2022. Senate Bill number 2228, Graduating Students for Reforestation Act of 2023. And House Bill number 9588, Graduation Legacy for Reforestation Act. From the Committee on Basic Education to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, while retaining the secondary referrals of the aforementioned bills to the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Adjourn na. Gaya naman.
Boundary na, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, May 15, 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, May 15, 2024.